I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 937-0204-7911. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. City Attorney Chopra will make remarks, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the item listed for closed session. City Attorney Chopra?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will meet on one item in closed session, item 2.1, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, City of Mountain View Assistant City Manager Audrey Seymour Ramberg, Human Resources Director Sue Rush, and Charles Sakai, Sloan Sakai, Young and Wong, LLP, employee organizations, Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 521, the Eagles Association, the Police Officers Association, POA, the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Local 1965, unrepresented fire managers, unrepresented police managers, unrepresented department heads and council appointees, unrepresented confidential employees, and unrepresented hourly employees. Now would be the time to check if there is any public comment for this item.
Thank you. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide public comment on any closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We'll display a timer on the screen, but I'm not seeing any attendees. And City Clerk Glazer, is there anyone on the line that you know of? All right. So then the council will now recess to close session and return to this meeting at 5:30 p.m. for the study session. See you at 5:30. our study session for May 25th, 2021. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference, with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 937-0204-7911. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. City Clerk Laser, can we do roll call, please?
Councilmember Abekoga?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Lieber?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Here.
Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Thank you.
Great. So we'll move on to item 3, which is our study session on the recommended fiscal year 2021-22 through fiscal year 2025-26 capital improvement program. The purpose of this study session is to present the recommended fiscal year 2021-2022 through fiscal year 2025-26 capital improvement program for City Council review, comment, and refinement. After the staff presentation, the Council will answer the following 2 questions in turn. Question 1, does the City Council support staff's recommended modifications to the non-discretionary projects and discretionary projects for fiscal years 2021-22 to 2025-26 and amendments to existing projects? And question 2, are there any projects not included in the recommended 5-year CIP or not on the unscheduled proposed project list that Council would like staff to review for possible inclusion? Our Public Works Director, Don Cameron, will provide a staff presentation. Assistant Public Works Director, Ed Arango, Associate Engineer, Joy Houghton, and Senior Management Analyst, Nancy Dewan, are available for questions. We'll turn it over to you, Director Cameron.
Thank you very much and good evening. I'm going to share my screen. If you could please confirm you can see my screen, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, we see it and we hear you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As introduced, I'm Don Cameron, Public Works Director. This is the second of 2 Council study sessions for the development of the 5-year Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. The first study session was held on March 23rd, where staff provided an overview of the various CIP funding sources, including potential funding shortfalls. At this meeting, Council supported staff's recommendation to prioritize the use of unrestricted CIP funds based on certain criteria such as safety, regulatory requirements, and pavement maintenance. Staff also recommended a CIP project that focused on city facility natural gas appliance replacement to offset the greenhouse gas generation of the new City Hall HVAC system. Council requested that staff return with a hybrid approach that also included some form of offsets with some preference for a local approach. Staff is now recommending a City Hall HV GHG offsets project that splits the $450,000 in funding between replacing natural gas appliances at city facilities and local tree planting. Staff also visited the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee to request their input on transportation projects. Their input and staff's response has been included in the Council report. In addition, the Parks and Recreation Commission provided input on Parkland Fund projects. As discussed at the last study session, there are a variety of CIP funding sources, many of them restricted to certain types of projects. The recommended 5-year CIP before you tonight is fairly well balanced in terms of the projections for these various funding sources. However, as noted in the Council report, certain funding sources will be challenged. Our primary concern was that there was a shortfall of $40 million for roll-forward projects needing unrestricted funds in years 1 and 2. By applying the criteria to prioritize and pushing some roll-forward projects out to years 4 and 5, we were able to balance years 1 and 2. We are showing a cumulative shortfall of $14 million in unrestricted funds for years 3 to 5, which may not be a problem if the economy rebounds, but this is the reason few new projects have been added to the CIP. Also to note is that the wastewater fund is projected to have a shortfall of $7 million in year 3, and the storm drain fund is depleted by year 5. Once the sewer master plan is completed, we will need to look at funding strategies to address the shortfall. The recommended 5-year CIP also fully allocates the various transportation funding sources to maximize investment to projects that will maintain the city's pavement, while also continuing to fund active transportation improvements and the Caltrain grade separation projects. There is not enough funding available to improve the City Network Pavement Condition Index, or PCI, over the current 72 rating in the next 5 years. And there is a possibility that if the gas tax and other resources do not rebound, we may see a 1 or 2 point drop in PCI over the next 5 years. We are planning to integrate more active transportation improvements into upcoming road resurfacing projects, which may help to advance some of the active transportation projects currently in the unscheduled project list. Moving on to the recommended projects. The non-discretionary projects have been streamlined, but maintain the same funding levels and levels of maintenance and repair efforts for the city's infrastructure and facilities. These 31 projects require $16 to $17 million annually. A total of 70 new discretionary projects are recommended, with 34 of them in years 1 and 2. As you can see, they span the full range of CIP project categories. The dollar value is around $27 to $30 million per year. The $50 million in year 3 includes $20 million in matching funds for the construction of the 2 Caltrain grade separation projects. The Council report also lists amendments to 30 active CIP projects, generally due to changes in scope or funding needs. This includes renaming the pedestrian master plan to be the active transportation plan and adding bicycle planning to the scope with additional funding for the expanded scope. Also included is the list of unscheduled projects. These projects are candidates to be added to the CIP when funding and staffing is available and/or their scope is better defined. Staff reviewed the recommended discretionary and amended project list in terms of the same equity lens being used for the budget. Staff did not identify any CIP projects that would burden communities of color and/or low-income residents, but did identify several projects that directly or indirectly benefit communities with low-income residents. After tonight's study session, staff will develop the final 5-year CIP for council adoption on June 22nd. So as mentioned earlier, staff requests council input on 2 questions for today's study session, with the first question being, does council support basically the project list you've seen before you, non-discretionary, the discretionary projects and amendments? And the second question, is there any projects not included in the recommended 5-year CIP or not on the unscheduled proposed project list that council would like staff to review for possible conclusion? Please do keep in mind that adding a project to the CIP may mean moving another same category project out of the CIP into unscheduled to make funding and staffing available. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available to answer council questions. And I think I just accidentally zoomed out.
No, you're here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're here. No problem.
I closed the screen and then you all disappeared on me.
Well, we still hear and see you. So thanks so much, Ms. Cameron. We appreciate it. So since this is a study session, we'll go to public comment first. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer, Ms. Glazer, if that's okay, on the screen. All right. Okay, I see hands starting to be raised. I thought our computer was broken here. All right, so, oh, no? Okay. And if I can just ask City Clerk Glazer to make me, let's see, a host, I can unmute our public comment. Wonderful, thank you. All right, April Webster.
Hi, April Webster. I'm speaking on behalf of MVCSP and Green Spaces Mountain View, and we sent in a letter yesterday. I'm just going to hit some of the highlights from that. Just to get started, really excited to see active transportation plan brought forward as an update to both the bicycle plan and the pedestrian plan, and just so many projects over the next few years that fall under that umbrella. One thing that we would love to see perhaps integrated into that is I realize in the general plan that there's a complete streets policy. It would be wonderful to pull that complete streets policy plus adding green elements into it to redefine it as a green complete streets policy within the active transportation plan. VTA has something similar in their complete streets, which would be a good example to base it off of. And San Mateo has taken this direction as well in their policy. Definitely like to see more. And we noticed that there is actually a report that's going to be revisited to look more at additional measures that can be taken to calm traffic. So in a sense, designing more for people, not cars. While speed limits are set at a low level around town, unless you actually design the street to sort of encourage that slower speed, if the streets are wide and there's aren't any other sort of elements in place to encourage and sort of move people in that direction of slowing down, it's not something that usually happens. Also wanted to talk about the quick build approach, and I saw that being mentioned in the report. And I know this is also, starting to come into play more with. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Appreciate it. No problem. All right. Would anyone else like to provide public comment on this item? All right. I am not seeing any other hands in the queue, so I will bring it back to council for questions and comments. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions on the unscheduled project list. And I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to write these in, but I wanted to ask for the update on the Bonnie Beatrice Street open space project. I know there was some movement recently about it, but then I guess there's some challenges with SFPUC, but I was wondering where are we on that? Is it not going to happen, or has it been delayed, or is it still moving forward?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So what you're seeing on the scheduled list is what we're calling phase 2 of the project. When we met with the community, I think it was about a month ago or 6 weeks ago, they concurred with we should move forward on the previously approved design from SFPUC and already budgeted. But they also asked us to consider adding some more enhancements in the future after working our way through SFPUC and finding budget to do that. So that's what you see on the unscheduled list. The other project is going forward.
Great, thank you. And then the other one is the Shenandoah Park. So my recollection is that we pulled that gatekeeper request from the Army because it was sitting for many years. So I guess my thought was, can we just remove it?
We can, if that's what council would like, we can remove it from the unscheduled list. Unless you think there's a chance it might come back, then it just stays on, it can just stay on the unscheduled list until it's time.
I think it's just a slow going process, and I just wanted to make your list smaller, so I would just as well remove it, and then if it comes back, we can bring it back on. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I have one of these questions that I'm not sure, I'm never sure whether to put it in the question or comment section. So I guess I'll ask it as a question and maybe it will come back as a comment. According to, and I have to say, I very much agree with the one public comment that we got. And my question is kind of along the lines of that comment. You know, it's nice when you agree with the public comments. According to best available science, we have to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2030 or earlier to delay potentially dire consequences of climate change. And we're also now responding to or coming out of a pandemic that's changed a lot of the way people see streets and other projects on our list. And I'm just wondering, that made me kind of look over our list of priorities and feel like they didn't really respond to the things that are on people's mind, like the letters we've gotten and the public comment and the things that are frankly on my mind. But I see these sessions as usual. I haven't been in that many of them, but I see these sessions as usually places where we talk about individual projects and you know, say we can pull this one or add that one. And I'm just wondering, how can we most usefully make the broader priority comments like the ones that come to my mind and seem to be coming to the public's mind as well?
Well, this is a session where if you have the full set of projects in front of you, and if you feel that there are projects in the unscheduled list that should not be, or there are projects that aren't even showing up that should be, it is a second study session, but we are asking the question, and we can take into consideration if that's council's direction. And then, as we said, you know, what you have in front of you is generally a fully funded CIP with a little bit of challenges. So if we do move things in, we have to move things out. So that's where the challenge becomes for staff when council lets us know what their priorities are and they want us to move a project in. We'll have to kind of go through the projects that are in the CIP, the ones that are using eligible funding sources, because that's first. And to have staffing available that we could take a project out and put this project in instead. So that's one possibility here. One of the things I will also mention that, you know, what plays out for us and why we do a 5-year CIP is that many projects you see were started a while ago. We might be on to phase 2, like the construction phase. And then of course, a lot of what's in the CIP is more related to our utilities, trying to keep them in a state of good repair. So when you look at the actual 17 projects that are being added next year as new discretionary projects, you will see there aren't that many that are not these utility projects or something like that, or a park project that's being funded by parkland funds. So there isn't a whole lot to work with. And I'll say the last piece is, you know, we can next year when we bring forward, well, next year's a roll forward CIP, but there's more we can do if council wants to do a somewhat longer study sessions where we just bring over a lot of proposed projects that haven't been kind of slotted in yet. Many times you'll be dealing with years 3 to 5 of the CIP in that case.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing no questions, perhaps we can have council members go through the 2 questions from staff. We have question 1 and question 2, and perhaps council members can give their feedback on both at the same time. Would anyone like to start? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. I was really hoping not to have to go first, but all I have to say is I'm comfortable with the staff's recommendation. I have no suggestions. I think you did a good job, Don, of articulating the constraints, both staff capacity and funding. There are certainly priorities I have, and I know all of us have. I would love to see more of the active transportation projects implemented, but I think we're doing the best we can. So I'm perfectly comfortable with what you've proposed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else have answers to the 2 questions? Councilman Matichak?
Thank you. I also am comfortable with the staff recommendation. So for question 1, yes, I'm comfortable. And question 2, no, I don't have any proposed additions. I'm always advocating for additional spend on our roads. They're used not just by vehicles, but by bicyclists, people running, people walking. And I guess I'd like to see greater investment in that area, but I understand the constraints. But I also think we can potentially use funds that are unrestricted. We're not limited to the ones that have to be used for roads. I believe we could use unrestricted funds also to invest in our roads for the benefit of walkers, bicyclists, people on motorcycles, and people driving cars. But we can have that discussion next year. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Hicks.
So back to my sort of hybrid question comment. So I would, I support the staff recommendations, but I would like to change the kind of the way we word the prioritization. So when we continue to look at this over time, our projects kind of evolve to be, as some of the comments from the public said, or the letters from the public, so that we're designing more for people and not cars. And I think that, and then also, let's see, other highlights, taking an integrated approach, and especially when we talk about complete streets, talk about complete and green streets. I think that's something that the public has really been asking for lately. And I would like our projects to focus not just on paving, and I know that paving is not just for cars, but I think that pedestrians and bicyclists need a lot more than just paving. I mean, I think we need shade and we need pleasant places to walk. And so I would like that to become, that to permeate the projects much more than it does now. I also support choosing the quick build approach. I've been seeing that in cities around the Bay Area because of the pandemic, road diets that don't take a lot of reconstruction. But I would like quick build projects to not become permanent if they, in their, plastic bollard form, to become complete green streets if possible. So, so those are, let me see if I had other, those are most of my priorities. I would like to see kind of a change in the way we look at a lot of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you. I do support the staff recommendations. I just wanted to, make one comment about, I noticed a lot of the unscheduled projects seem to be bike related, and I'm hoping that, I guess I'm being optimistic, but I do see funding coming in from the federal and the state level based on just the times and beyond ARPA funds. And there's an infrastructure bill that's being worked on. The state has announced quite a bit of funding in active transportation as well as transit measures. So I'm sure staff is aware, but I hope that we can keep a close eye on those funding opportunities. I know we had just submitted the Quick Strike project, the bike project that was on consent last meeting, and that was something that actually I saw on MTC, on one of our MTC agenda schedules, or scheduled on our agenda. So just being mindful of those opportunities, and I know it takes time to write those grant applications, so I just hope that we have the capacity to be able to do that as we see these opportunities come forward. So and if there's a need for more capacity in that regard, please be sure to bring that up to us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, thank you. I would say yes to question 1 and no to question 2. But I just wanted to make a few policy comments. One, I was really glad to see that there was a drive to consolidate projects that should have been consolidated, and sort of think about how things mesh together. That's really positive. That's good practice. So thank you for doing that, Public Works Department. I know it's not easy. It takes a lot of thinking. The other thing I'm really pleased to see is the section about the equity lens. Today is the anniversary of the George Floyd murder, and I think we've all learned a lot in this last year about how much work there is to do related to equity, and certainly just all the built environment has equity considerations, and it's not something we've traditionally thought about, but we need to do that now. So I was really glad to see that we are consciously doing that, and I think that's really important. Like several other people have said, we've heard loud and clear from our community for many years that everybody is very interested in active transportation. People want to bike and people want to walk. And I think we really are improving the bikeability of our community considerably. But I'm not so sure about the walkability. So, that's something that we'll need. Of course, we need to continue working on. And again, the idea of complete green streets, that's just where the science and the practice is going. And there are lots of reasons, and our community is behind it. So, as things go forward, I'm sure that the staff will be, or I hope the staff will be, bearing that in mind. That is something that we value. And along those lines, I think that the biodiversity that's increased with green streets is a really big deal. And some relatively small changes can make a big difference. Then the last thing I wanted to mention is the Stormwater Fund. That's not something we think about too frequently, but the stormwater system is literally the system that carries away our local floodwater. And typically, it's designed to carry away a 10-year storm, and the flood control projects are a 100-year storm. But anyway, so as time goes on, and with climate change, we're expecting to have less frequent but more intense storms. Our stormwater system is going to need some care and attention. And we don't necessarily need to do it this year or next year or the year after, but it is something on the horizon that we need to be aware of. So I just wanted to bring that up, that it's something we need to be aware of. But anyway, thank you for this report. It's very, very complete and well thought out. And as I said before, yes on 1 and no on 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm also yes on 1 and no on 2. I certainly don't want to add on to this very enormous list, and kudos to staff for coping with all of this and doing it in a very sophisticated way. I want to agree 1,000% with the comments from Councilmember Hicks about really amplifying and articulating that we're trying to deliver an environmental benefit with these things that we're doing, because we really are. And that's something that's very, very important to the community. And so if that can be worked in there to really make that very clear, I think that that would be a good thing. And Councilmember Showalter gave us a couple good examples there of why we need to do these things. And I just think that amplifying that would give a sense of confidence to the community. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. So let's see. So for questions 1 and question 2, so question 1, yes, question 2, no. And I just want to applaud staff. I think one of the unique things I've been seeing related to our CIP projects is how Ms. Cameron and her team go so aggressively for additional funding opportunities. And I really have seen that throughout the years, and just want to say thank you. And as we talk about things getting more expensive or needing to consolidate and move things kind of further out, I really love the creativity on that and how we're making things, possible in our city. And then the only other comment I'd make is, echoing what Councilmember Showalter said in terms of this is the first kind of project we're seeing using the equity-based budgeting that the ad hoc REI subcommittee talked about. And it's really kind of exciting to see that come to fruition a year later. So I just want to say thank you for that. All right, does anyone else have any other further comments? All right, Ms. Cameron, I think you have what you need, right?
I would like to ask for confirmation from the council that we should go ahead and remove the Shenandoah planning from the unscheduled list, as has been suggested.
Okay, so why don't we just do a straw? Oh, I see a hand. Councilmember Lieber, go ahead.
I just had a question about what's the practical impact of removing it from the unscheduled list? Because I know that we have a new presidential administration that may be more aggressive in doing projects and turning the dials in a certain way. And so does removing it from unscheduled make it scheduled? Or does removing it from unscheduled take it off of our docket of things that we're interested in?
What it does is it takes it off the docket for now, so that each year when we look at the CIP and we look at the unscheduled list to see which ones to move into the CIP, it won't be on that list right now. However, we frequently have things come up during the year that create the need for projects that we never even had on our unscheduled list. So if something happens with Shenandoah that we now need to do some master planning or something else with it, it can always be added at any time. It doesn't have to be on the unscheduled list to be added. It just means that we're not going to be evaluating it every year for whether it should be added to the CIP.
I guess from my perspective, I'd rather keep it on the docket and maybe not just completely wait to hear, but have the opportunity open to us in that prod to keep it in mind that it would be a benefit to the community if we could make something happen in terms of change there. So I would rather just leave it on, because it doesn't sound like an onerous amount of work goes into placing a little bit higher than non-existent.
Okay, Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I kind of have a similar comment. I guess my feeling is that, not from our point of view, I don't think we'll treat it really any differently, whether it's on the list or not on the list. But I think from the point of view of the Army, who was not easy to deal with, if it gets taken on the list, that might be viewed as us being less formally interested. And I don't think we want to send that message. So I'm just a little nervous about taking it off, and I'd prefer to leave it on.
Okay. Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. I agree with what Councilmember Showalter just said. I feel like it's a signal to the property owner as well as our community that we're still interested in this. And so while I get that it's sort of easy to have stuff come on the list and off the list, I prefer to just leave it on the list. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Matichak, or sorry, Councilmember Abe-Coca.
So this project I saw as, when I read the description, was connected to the Army's original gatekeeper request of, I think it was up to 1,000 apartment units. And we have moved from that. We've changed our direction, as you know. We've have on our council work plan to work with the high school district on Shenandoah, on trying to get the Shenandoah properties for some kind of joint use. And that's why I meant, that's why I thought we could remove this project, because it was specifically tied to that proposal, which we've taken off of our list of things to do. So unless I'm mistaken in my interpretation of that, because the project is no longer active, I didn't think that we needed this project on our CIP either.
So I heard a little bit of a question in there, Ms. Cameron. Can you clarify?
I do not know if the origin of this project, if it relates back to an original gatekeeper request. In looking at it, it's specifically related to having a park on the site, because it's falling under park and recreation. So sometimes that's one of the things that does happen with our unscheduled list, is we have something on there that just stays on for years and years, and we don't totally know the origin of it.
Okay, Councilmember Matichak?
Yeah, I see now what Councilmember Abe-Coga is saying. I guess when I read it, I thought, oh, it's changed. What they really mean is our current discussions around Shenandoah and high school, and yes, there might be a park there. I guess so. I was thinking we had already changed the definition of it. So I'd leave it on the list, but I'd update the description of it.
So I see some heads nodding. So perhaps, Ms. Cameron, we can just update the description, and that might be a great place to meet in the middle there.
Yes, we can do that.
Perfect. All right. Any other comments or questions on this item? All right. So seeing none, I will close the study session and see everyone back at 6:30 for our regular session. Is that enough of a break for colleagues? Okay. All right. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay. So how about I'll see you a little, I'll see you in 10 minutes. How about that? Okay. Ms. Glazer, can we put up a timer for 10 minutes? Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. I think it looks like we have quorum, so I'll get started. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council Regular and Shoreline Regional Park Community Special of May 25th, 2021. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 937-0204-7911. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And I'll ask the City Clerk to please bring up our flag. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. And before taking roll tonight, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the one-year anniversary today of the death of George Floyd. We remember his life and remain committed to rooting out racism and discrimination. We continue to work together as a community to make our city safe and welcoming for all. Over the last year, the city has taken steps to advance racial equity and justice in Mountain View. Our ad hoc council subcommittee on race, equity, and inclusion has engaged the community in meaningful dialogue. The city has implemented a race, equity, and inclusion action plan, and the newly formed Public Safety Advisory Board is holding its first meeting this Thursday, May 27th, to discuss and make recommendations on policing and public safety matters. The City of Mountain View stands in solidarity with our Black residents and our communities of color. We will continue to take steps to build a community where everyone feels safe, valued, and included. Thank you. Now I'll ask our City Clerk to move on to item 2, which is roll call.
Councilmember Abegoga?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Lieber?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here?
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Here.
Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 3, which are presentations. Our first presentation will be from Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District with an update. Our Mid-Penn Open Space Director, Kurt Ruffle, and Government Affairs Specialist Joshua Hugg will provide the update. I believe they're both here. Hi, Kurt.
Good evening. And Josh, were you able to join as well?
Yes, it looks like he's about to share
Great.
his screen.
Fantastic. Perfect. All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the city staff. I'm Kurt Riffle, Board President of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. I'm now in my 15th year as Director for Ward 4, which represents the citizens of Mountain View and Los Altos. Assisting with our presentation this evening is Joshua Hugg, who is Mid-Penn's Governmental Affairs Specialist. The purpose of our very brief presentation this evening is to introduce or reintroduce you to the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, invite you to provide any feedback that you might have for us, and finally answer any questions you have for about the district's work for our shared constituents. Next slide, please. In addition to living in Silicon Valley, we are also so fortunate to live within one of the world's 25 global biodiversity hotspots, which happens to be centered in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Our mission is basically captured in the 5 words in the lower right-hand corner of the slide: to preserve, protect, restore, educate, and enjoy this incredible land we have been so blessed to inhabit. Next slide, please. The district's boundaries span 3 counties and include 17 cities, stretching from San Carlos to Los Gatos and from East Palo Alto to Pescadero. Next slide. Since 1972, the district has protected over 65,000 acres in 26 open space preserves for the benefit of our almost 800,000 constituents. Our preserves are free and open to the public every day of the year from sunrise to sunset. And we're funded by property tax that equates to about 50 cents per day for the average property in Mountain View and Los Altos. Next slide. Over the last year, we chose to keep all of our preserves, or at least most of our preserves, open throughout the pandemic, and our visitation has more than doubled from pre-pandemic levels. As the medical community has clearly stated, our preserves not only provided an essential service, but they most likely saved lives by providing a safe and healthy reprieve for our citizens. Next slide. Finally, I'd like to just share one of the over 120 annual action plan items that our 180 employees and over 1,000 volunteers have been working on over this past year. Next slide. As you know, our 2 organizations have jointly funded and staffed for many years the much beloved 160-year-old Deer Hollow Farm at Rancho San Antonio Open Space Preserve. We're close to completing the renovation of the historic White Barn, pictured here, that was built in the late 1800s. We've also just completed a multimodal access study for Rancho, which was visited by well over 1 million people over this past year. We will begin implementing a multi-pronged strategy to address the serious parking problems that so many of our visitors experience, especially on the weekends. Before we answer any of your questions, we thought we'd just give you a quick tour of some of our more popular preserves near Mountain View. Next slide. Thank you. And so first is to lead off is Montebello. Hopefully you've had a chance to visit Montebello. Next slide. And then just down the road a little further is Russian Ridge. And then finally, the next slide, is Windy Hill, our Windy Hill Open Space Preserve. Next slide. We are so fortunate to live in such an incredibly beautiful and diverse area, and we just want to thank you for helping us to protect and restore our precious lands and provide safe and equitable access to our human as well as wildlife inhabitants. Thanks again for your support and for your interest in our work. And Josh and I will be happy to take any of your questions and comments, and in fact, we'll give extra credit to anyone who can identify the species of our beautiful feathered friend pictured in this slide.
Thank you so much, Kurt. I wish I knew the name of this amazing bird, but it's great to hear about all that the district is doing to provide open space and access to nature, especially as you mentioned during this last year. We appreciate the city's longstanding partnership with the district for the operation of Deer Hollow Farm at Rancho San Antonio. It's a unique opportunity for the city to operate a working farm in an open space preserve, and we couldn't do it without the collaboration and teamwork of district staff. I'd also like to acknowledge your team's recent completion of the White Barn, as you mentioned. It's just such a gem as we're, when we're there in Rancho, hiking and walking. In my case, I usually run out there. This project, it's just a shining example of taking a historic building and increasing its functionality and safety while preserving the historic aesthetics. So I know that the farm staff, volunteers, and the public appreciate the facility improvement. So just wanted to have an opportunity to thank you as well. So if my colleagues, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to use the raise hand button, and we can give them to Kurt and Joshua. And Joshua, do you mind if we stop the screen share so we can all see each other? Is that possible? Wonderful. Thank you so much. Look at all these hands. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I also want to thank you for all the work you do with the Open Space District. I am a frequent visitor to Rancho, very frequent visitor to Rancho. And so I'm very familiar with the parking issue there. And in my younger years, I think I mountain biked every other preserve that is part of the district. So it's a fabulous resource for the Bay Area. And as you said, nature can renew you. So it's wonderful to have this nature so close to us that we can all enjoy. And I just appreciate everything you do for those preserves. And you will have to identify that bird for us when we finish. Thank you.
Glad to. Thank you, Councilmember Mevchuk.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks.
I cannot identify the bird either, but I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart as well. I know that the spaces that you're talking about have always been important, but I totally agree with you that over the past year, they have saved lives. And I've had members of the public tell me that, just how important it's been to them that, when they can't travel, they can, and they can't go to the gym, they can, at least go somewhere outside and somewhere beautiful. And it makes a difference to people's mental and physical health. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks.
Councilmember Showalter.
Well, yeah, adding my thanks and admiration to the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. You're just, a shining example of what an open space district should do and can do and has done. But I just wanted to ask you about sort of the shift that I understood was taking place with the last parcel tax. I think it was a parcel tax measure where, the first 30 or 50 years of your existence, you really spent most of your money on acquiring land, which was very, very important. And now there's been more of a shift to make sure there's enough money to maintain the land and develop facilities for people to enjoy it and, all that sort of thing. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit about how that's going.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for that question. Yes, so what you're talking about is our Measure AA a bond that was basically passed in 2014. And we went through an extensive 2.5-year process to identify a vision plan. And we identified 25 specific projects that we were going to use that money for. And so luckily that passed, as you know, supermajority. And we are now into just in year 6 of our 30-year bond program. And we're making great progress. And happy to take you through any of the specific projects, but I'll give you just one. And I don't know if any of you have had a chance to go to the top of Mount Umunhum. Mount Umunhum was basically, most of that was paid for by Measure AA funds. And so, and just like Councilmember Showalter said, what we had really done is, in order for us to continue protecting land, but most importantly, providing more access, and that was the feedback that we were given time and time again, is thank you for protecting, but allow us to get onto the land. That's really what Measure A funds are allowing us to do. So we've opened up La Honda Redwoods, or La Honda Creek Redwoods Open Space Preserve, which hadn't been opened before, and we opened up Bear Creek Redwoods, which is just down by Los Gatos. That hadn't been opened, and we're able to open that up thanks to Measure AA. So those are just some examples of the work that we're doing.
And since you mentioned Mount Umunhum, I would just like to put a shout out for a Mountain View child that grew up here and became a civil engineer and was the engineer that designed the roads and trail system in Mount Umunhum. So I thought that was wonderful.
Great. Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just wanted to offer my thanks as well. As has been pointed out, it's been so critical during this year and during COVID to have the outdoors available to people. And I think it's a reset and that our shared constituents will continue to go into the outdoors and to really enjoy that. And it's part of the heritage that we all share, and very, very important. And then second, I want to know if by chance that is a Western bluebird.
You are exactly right. You get the extra points. Well done.
Thank you.
The color gave it away, but you definitely know your birds.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. So I think if council members don't have any other comments or questions, we'll move it over to public comment. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer on the screen. Great, thank you. Tim McKenzie.
Hey, Kurt, thank you so much. Just as a resident of Mountain View, really appreciate Peninsula Open Space and everything you do. Windy Hill is awesome. I did a couple times during the pandemic and beforehand too. It is wonderful. Appreciate the work you and everyone there does. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Tim. Appreciate your comments. One of the things about Windy Hill is that is our most visited preserve, just because it allows equestrians, mountain bikes, hikers, and dogs. So everyone is allowed there. It gets a lot of use. Glad to hear it.
Great, thank you. April Webster.
Hi, Kurt. I also wanted to say thank you very much. I hike a lot around the Bay Area, and I heard about opening up all the way to the top, and I haven't made it up yet, but I'm excited to one day soon attempt to bike up to the top now that it's open. Anyhow, appreciate it.
Good, thank you.
Great, thank you. Rhoda Fry.
Good evening, council members. Thank you, Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, for your presentation. It is particularly timely because we have got to protect the ridge line between Rancho San Antonio and the quarry. And from Shoreline Park, you will see that ridge line. The quarry intends to reduce the height of that ridgeline by about 100 feet. That's about 10% of the ridgeline that you would see from the farm. And that ridgeline is protected. There was a deed in 1972 that the Board of Supervisors had voted on. It's called the Ridgeline Protection Easement. And the quarry intends to overturn it. The words we've been hearing is modification, but it's overturning it. So I'm hoping that the City of Mountain View can work with the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District to protect our park values and our views. In the news just yesterday, Heidelberg Cement, the quarry's parent company, sold all of its assets in the western states with the exception of the Permanente quarry and cement plant. One of my biggest worries is that there won't be enough money to reclaim the quarry and we'll be left with a mess. And it will cost the taxpayers quite a bit of money. Additionally, as I've mentioned to you before, there is a man-made landslide above Permanente Creek, and it is threatening homes and structures downstream. And Lehigh has declined to make it part of their reclamation plan. So we need everybody's help because otherwise we will lose our quality of water, our views, and our park values. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have one more. Sorry about that. Mohan Goodinathan.
Hi, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kurt, for that great presentation. I want to echo what many people have said, that Mid-Penn is such a beautiful, wonderful resource that we enjoy as a Bay Area community, and I certainly take part in that. My big concern and complaint, I would say, about Mid-Penn is the fact that they still allow cattle grazing up there, and cattle are by no means native wildlife. They're in many respects the antithesis of native wildlife. They eat forage that native elk and deer and other species should be eating. We don't need more cattle. They're huge methane emitters, and I would love someday to see cattle be removed from the landscape and introduction of native species that we've lost, such as elk and other animals. So that is my comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your feedback.
Great, thank you. So I think that concludes public comment. So we can bring it back, and thank you to our Mid-Penn representatives for sharing all this update with us, and once again, our thanks for all that you do for the city of Mountain View.
Great. Thank you. It's been a great partnership. We look forward to it.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll move on to item 3.2, which is our recognition of outgoing Youth Advisory Committee members, also known as YAC. And I believe we're having some of our outgoing Youth Advisory Committee members joining us this evening. And I'll just announce them as I think they're going to join us on the virtual stage here in Zoom. And it'll be Amy Cativo, Delia Copeland, Matthew Giebord, Megan Giebord, Malika Reddy. I want to thank all of you for your contributions this past year, especially while participating in distance learning. You all played an integral role in helping to make the transition of committee meetings to all virtual a virtual format a successful one. So we'd like to recognize Malika Reddy for serving for 5 years on the Youth Advisory Committee. And Malika, we will send you your service award pin in the mail. Remember that? And we'd like you to give you the opportunity as chair to say a few words.
Yeah, I'd love to. I've been in YAC, like you said, for 5 years, which is like a massive part of like my growing up. Like I joined in 8th grade and I was super, super shy. I remember like in my first year, like I didn't say like a single word because I was so scared. I was like, what are all these fancy agendas and minutes? Like I was so intimidated and I was so scared. But then like as the years passed and then I learned from other chairs and vice chairs and I saw everyone speak and plan events, I started to come out of my shell. And I used to be like super shy, and now I'm not so much anymore. And I think a big part of that goes to YAC and just being in this committee and learning from my peers, being able to plan events, meet new people, and take on leadership roles. Like in 8th grade, I never would have thought that I would run for chair and be chair and be like having a leadership role. But YAC has taught me so much about how to lead a team, how to work with others, how to plan events, and I'm so grateful for this. It's been a huge part of my life, and I'll always remember it.
Great. Thanks so much, Mika. Really appreciate it. So I want to give there are other outgoing YAC members, if you'd like to say anything, an opportunity. And, if any member of council would like to say a few words, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I would just like to build off of what Malika said. YAC really has enabled me to do so much that I never thought was even possible. And having such an impactful and making such a big impact on the community and other teens really means a lot to me. And it has been an extremely rewarding experience the past 2 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Matthew. And I see Councilmember Abekoga's hand up. Councilmember Abekoga, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to thank all of you, members of our YAC, for the incredible service that you have provided our community. I've been on the Council Youth Services Committee for, I think, all of my years on council, so I've had the chance to work with our YAC all those years, and just been really thoroughly impressed by especially this group of the dedication, the thoughtfulness. I really appreciated your input when we were talking about youth wellness and a number of other issues that have come forward to our city. So on behalf of, I think everyone can speak for themselves, but I'll just say thank you so much for all that you've done. I hope that it's been a good growth experience. It sounds like it has. And please come back when you're back graduated. We would love to have your involvement again with the city, but best wishes to you on your new adventures, and I hope to see you around. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I really wanted to add my kudos as well to the youth who have given service in this way, and I hope that you continue in your public service. And it makes me think about our council member, Mary Lou Zoglin, who we started the YAC back in around the year 2000. And I think that hearing from both of you is really the fruition of what we thought could happen with the YAC. And it's so inspiring to hear that it's been a good experience. And I hope that you continue to be involved in the public realm, because we need you, and I think that you'll continue to find it very rewarding. So thank you for being involved and serving.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. Appreciate that. Anyone else like to say a few words? Okay, well, I'll say a few before we all head out. I think I've been serving as chair of the Council Youth Services Committee for the last 2 years, and so I just want to say I really feel like, I started out doing the Santa Clara County Youth Commission. That's how I started out, actually. And so really excited to see Mountain View YAC and to hear your stories about how it built not only your community involvement, but confidence in yourself as you all, I think, are getting ready to go off to college. So I want to wish you all the best, and you'll always have a welcoming place in Mountain View to come back to. So thank you so much. Great. So we'll give you a virtual round of applause and wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your nights. So now we'll move on to item 3.3, which is, sorry. Before we move on, I'm so sorry I forgot. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide any comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or *9 on your phone. All right, I am not seeing any. So we can move on to item 3.3, which is our COVID-19 update by our city manager, Kimber McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'll start to share my screen now. Okay. So it's been about a month since the last update, and I think that we all know there's been some considerable good news since that time. There's been a lot that's happened over these last few weeks, and I just draw your attention to that number that's highlighted at the bottom in terms of where we're at in Mountain View with our COVID-19 numbers. So in a little less than a month, the new cases that we've had are about 60. And if you remember, we were tracking in the hundreds, high numbers daily or every few days. So we have taken a significant decrease since then, which is really indicative of what we're seeing statewide and certainly what we're seeing throughout the county.
In terms of where we're at with the tier, this was last updated on May 24th. And as of last Wednesday, Santa Clara County is now in that yellow tier, which we had never been in until last week, this whole time throughout COVID. This is the least restrictive tier, which means that most all of the indoor operations are open except with some modifications. In terms of where we're at just with our vaccination efforts, which is really driving what's happening in Santa Clara County, we've really made excellent progress in the fight against COVID-19. So right now, around 75% of all residents that are 16 and older have received at least one vaccine dose. And this is really important because we are really leading efforts, not only in California, but nationwide. We have one of the highest vaccination rates in the whole entire country right now. So that really shows why we're able to move into the yellow tier and also why we're doing so well just in the state of California. I would note that with the recent approval of the Pfizer vaccine, for youth that are aged 12 to 15, the county has made that vaccine available now. So it is available at all vaccination sites for ages 12 and up. And the county staff are also working with pediatricians at the medical providers throughout the county to make sure that they do have available doses for residents that are 12 and up. So with the changes that came with the county moving into a better tier, there was also a new local health order that occurred last week. And this was a really significant development because it basically took restrictions that had been off this whole time throughout COVID. And right now it's no longer required to have social distancing protocols in businesses. The capacity limitations have been eliminated. There's also no longer a requirement for businesses to maximize telework. It's still recommended, but is no longer required. There are a couple changes in terms of what businesses are required to do. And the biggest one is that businesses are required to determine the vaccination status of their employees. So that also is for contractors or volunteers or hourly staff. And we are also required to maintain the mask wearing. Then the other big news that the governor announced a few weeks ago was that California is set to fully reopen on June 15th. So what that means simply is that this tier system that I just talked about, where we're in the yellow tier, the tier system will be no longer in place starting on June 15th. That system is called the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. So all of the usual operations will return with a few exceptions on the 15th. So some of the restrictions that have been lifted are no capacity limitations inside businesses, no physical distancing requirements for customers or guests or attendees of events. Now there is one thing that is a little bit of a difference. There is a verification required of either receiving a vaccination or the vaccine, or that you have had a negative test if you attend what the state is calling a mega event. So these are events where there are 5,000 or more people, and these same restrictions are in place, or at least recommended, for outdoor mega events. So I think we've all seen that we really haven't had events like this so far. So as we move through the summer and into the fall, I'm sure that we will start to see more events take place, and just know that one of the things that's going to be required is that negative COVID test or verification that you've had a vaccine. As I mentioned, it is still required to wear a mask indoors unless you're eating or drinking in public spaces or on public transportation, but you are not required to wear a mask if you are outdoors or if you can maintain physical distance from other people. In terms of our vaccination site, there is a new program that's taking place right now. So we have anyone, as I mentioned, 12 years and up that's available to come in. Walk-ins are welcome at any county site, including our community center. No appointments are needed, so this is a major change. And I would want to note that you can take a selfie with the cardboard cutout of Dr. Fauci after getting your vaccine at our site. So with some of the reopening, we have started to make gradual changes to our city operations. So as we moved into the yellow tier, we are starting to respond here in Mountain View. So starting on June 1st, we will have in-library browsing and lobby holds pickup Monday to Saturday from 12 to 6 p.m. We have computer appointments up to 45 minutes, Monday to Saturday, 12 to 5:45 p.m. There's free Wi-Fi available 24/7 right outside the library. But the biggest change is that the grab and go holds pickup is ending tomorrow, May 26th. So we are transitioning from that outdoor grab and go service to more of the gradual inside service as people have been used to. In terms of our COVID-19 testing, so far we've provided about 4,000 tests this year alone. Our next testing event is at our Center for the Performing Arts on June 1st. And then a new resource that's come online is the OptumServe mobile testing bus. It is a resource provided by the state, and it's being shared by both the county of Santa Clara and San Mateo. And it will be in the parking lot, lot 12, which is right behind the library, kind of catty corner to City Hall. And it will be there this, Saturday, June 26th in parking lot 12. So we'll have more information about the time of that in my next update. I also want to provide an update on where we're at with our rent relief program. You can see from the middle column, this is an update as of the 18th of May. So far, we have expended about $4.6 million, and there are about 5.368 funds that are available. So the average assistance right now is still around $2,000. I see that the lines are kind of off in this chart, so you might be looking at a row that's not quite the same as what I'm saying, but the actual amount is around $2,000, not $782,000. We have cut a little over 2,100 checks. I'm also very excited to announce that our Life Moves Mountain View site is now open. We did hold a virtual grand opening on May 6th, and we are very excited that we actually have residents that have moved in. So partial occupancy is now underway. You can see that in the picture on the bottom. And this is an interim housing community that's meant to be transitional for people that are homeless or who are unstably housed to live in these units for up to 90 to 120 days before they can transition to permanent housing. So there are up to 100 households. It serves both individuals and seniors, and then there are also family units. I know that we've highlighted this in other meetings, and there is a playground on site. There's space for the residents' pets. So this is just a shining example of a great public-private partnership that we've been able to implement with Life Moves and a lot of other community partners. So if you want to learn more about this, you can go to mountainview.gov/homekey. And we will continue to provide updates on that website that I just mentioned. But we are very, very pleased that this opened, and you can find more information on that website. Then lastly, as I always do, I'd like to end by thanking all of the city staff that have done such amazing work helping at our vaccination clinics. So what you see here on the screen is just a few snapshots of our staff. Not only were we the first mass vaccination site in the county where our community services staff really stepped up and were able to work with the county in creating this mass vaccination site within within a week. But we also had fire department staff who worked at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds to provide vaccines to other public safety employees and then other essential workers. And now our fire department staff is providing mobile vaccines to seniors and other vulnerable residents who are homebound. You can see that in the top right corner where they're going out to people's houses, and also in the bottom right corner. So I just want to sincerely thank all of our City of Mountain View staff who have just done yeoman's work in not only working at all of our vaccination sites, whether they're actually giving the vaccines or working lines, helping with parking, and just really being there for our community. So thank you all so much. And with that, Mayor, I am done with my presentation and open for any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Do any council members have any questions for City Manager McCarthy? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you so much for the update. It's ever changing per usual, and I know that we'll have a large update in June after that reopening date as well. So great, thank you so much. And then would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer on the screen. Great, thank you so much. Alexander Brown.
Hey, I just want to know if there's an update. I think the rent relief is great, but on the eviction moratorium, both the federal, state, and local, what people are going to do when that ends and they have back rent that they have to figure out? Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands for public comment. So we can bring it back to council. And it looks like we have a hand up from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I don't often say this, but I do think that the member of the public who spoke has a reasonable question, and we may not be prepared for an answer right now, but can staff provide either council or the public an update about our preparation for the expiration of the eviction moratorium?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So the eviction moratorium does end at the end of June, on June 30th. And at that point, the statewide moratorium is expected to lift. We have not heard of any extension right now that is being pursued in the legislature. I think that council knows, and certainly it's a program that I just updated everyone about, our rent relief program. So the council did provide additional funding to CSA to continue the rent relief program, additional $1 million for direct relief, as well as left some discretionary funding to CSA to provide other financial assistance that's needed for residents who are in need. So that $1 million will be, as I mentioned, some of that will be added to the rent relief program. There is also a program that has been launched by the county in conjunction with the city of San Jose. I believe it is around $60 million that's going to be a countywide rent relief program to help people after the moratorium ends. There are also state funds that are available that people can apply for once the moratorium ends. And we are working right now on outreach efforts to make sure that our residents understand and know about this time frame for the moratorium. And in my next update in June, I expect to be able to provide some further details about those programs that are available. And we do plan to get the word out to residents about those available programs.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I noticed that there's more money left in the program than has already been expended. And I know that we're not completely in control of how things work out exactly, and there are restrictions on some of the monies. But it looks like consistently folks are not getting, there's an enormous drop off between getting 1 month and 2 months, and like a completely enormous drop off between, who gets 1 month or 2 months and who gets the full 3 months. And I just wonder, we're pretty far into things. Are folks, have they already given up along the way, or how can we urge our partners to get the rest of the money out the door?
Councilmember Lieber, we have been in discussions with the Community Services Agency, or CSA, which is our partner that administers the rent relief program. I know that they have hired extra staff, and they are generally trying to work through the applications as fast as they can, but we can certainly convey the urgency to them. I know that they're well aware of it, just via all the clients that they're serving, but we can certainly look into the number of months that have been provided and provide an update about that.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. So I'm wondering, I know it's important to reach the tenants in our community, but I think it's also important to reach the landlords. It seems like it would be more efficient to communicate with the landlords about the funds that are available for them, because then we wouldn't be relying on so many tenants to apply for those funds, when you could have one landlord maybe apply for 6 or 7 because it's their property. How much outreach are we doing to the landlords? Because I really don't think there should be the case where a tenant is evicted or potentially evicted for non-payment of rent when there are funds available for either the tenant or the landlord.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. So our CSFRA staff has been doing considerable outreach to both landlords and tenants. I believe that they just hosted a landlord seminar. If not today, it was within the last few days. They have had not only several webinars, but also have provided mailers. They do reach out directly. They also provide resources in English, Spanish, Chinese as well. So I do believe that the staff have really tried to make broad outreach efforts to both tenants and landlords for the very reasons that you mentioned.
Do we have any idea of the status of like how many landlords have been made whole by either our rent relief efforts or the state's or any other means of getting funds, so that we have some idea of how many more we need to reach in terms of both the tenants and the landlords? Do we have any idea how things are going?
Councilmember Matichak, I don't know the answer to that right now. However, I can ask staff and we can look into that and bring an answer back. I'm not sure if we have that data, but I can certainly find out and come back to council with an answer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I'm wondering whether the nature of Councilmember Lieber's question was more whether CSA had adequate staff to get the checks out the door and process the request, or whether it was more about whether there was a hesitancy to give out second and especially third checks to people. City Manager, you answered more the first question. And I'm wondering if I know that when we first established the fund, there was, naturally we wanted everybody to get one check before people started getting 2 and 3. But I wonder if there's been any shift in talk about that, that at this point, maybe there's some people with real problems and a third check would be helpful. I'm just wondering if you know whether that conversation has happened yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So yes, I do know that staff has had conversations with CSA and Tom Myers about, the first, second, or third months of funding. There have been residents who have received 2 and 3 months of funding. I think they're trying to triage, and they've received so many requests that they're getting through all those requests. But staff have certainly had those conversations with Mr. Myers. In terms of the first part of your question, or staffing, which yes, you mentioned that I did respond to that. I know that they have just really considerably ramped up their efforts in staffing just to get through this program. But again, that is certainly a conversation that staff can have again with CSA and see where they're at and see what we might be able to do.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, City Manager McCarthy, for your update. We look forward to the next one, and it sounds like you'll be investigating some further information. So look forward to hearing about that as well. Great. So we can move on to item 4, which is our consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. A motion to approve the consent calendar should include the reading of the title and resolutions attached to items 4.3, 4.5, 4.6, and 4.10. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Showalter.
Well, more than really pull it, I'd like to comment on it. And that's the 4.8, the comprehensive nodal plan. I would really like to know more about this than just goes through the consent calendar, and I would like us to advertise it to the community and educate the community about it more. So I just wanted to voice that feeling. I mean, we got a tremendous amount of public involvement to get this plan done, and I know it went through the BPAC. But still in all, I feel like this final, this is putting it on the consent calendar is kind of a quiet, it's going out very quietly. And so just wondered if there were any plans to have, have a seminar at the library about it, or, some way to share this more with the community than has been done to date.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Showalter. I think that sounded kind of like a question comment, and so I'll wait for, I think, if our Public Works Director is still here, Ms. Cameron, maybe she can answer your question on that. Is that what you're looking for? Or?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to wait for perhaps her to move over to the virtual stage. Oh, and here she is. Perfect. Great. Hi, Ms. Cameron.
Hello, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. I appreciate the sentiment, Councilmember Showalter. We're very proud of this plan. As you noted, it not only had quite a bit of public engagement, but also thorough review by the BPAC on 3 or 4 separate meetings, as well as our Council Transportation Committee. One of the reasons it came to you on consent is because we really wanted to make sure it was finished this fiscal year, and Council has very, very full agendas. It's very challenging. So I'd like to take the question and make it into a suggestion to us as staff that we go ahead and do a little bit more of, a public event, as we reach out with our BPAC and so on. We can promote this more. We do plan to have it be a living document, and it's going to be very present as we produce the active transportation plan. So we'll make sure it gets a lot more daylight and recognition for what it is as we proceed with our work.
Good. Because I think it really deserves it, and I think, like you were saying, it provides information that's background for going forward, and we want to make sure that people have the benefit of that background. And I also do think that, you know, library programs, now we can have them, some of them in person, but those workshops, you know, they put on a tremendous range of programs at the library, and they're very popular, so that might be a possibility. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I wanted to pull item 410, and I mostly just have questions about it. Do you want me to ask those now?
Maybe I'll go through the rest of the council and then we can come back. Is that possible? Is that okay with you? Okay, great. All right, so I've marked that 410. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know how our comments are organized here. I just wanted to support Councilmember Showalter's comment that, and also the suggestions that Ms. Cameron made. I think that I have heard interest from the public on, as you said, Ms. Cameron, more daylight on this document. And in particular, as Councilmember Showalter also mentioned earlier, some comments on pedestrianism, maybe ways to beef that up a little, and related things. And I like hearing that it's a living document, because I think there is public interest in continuing to have input on the subject. So I support that.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, on item 4.1, I wanted to abstain on the minutes that were from 2019 and 2020. And then on item 4.3, I just wanted to recognize that we did receive a letter from the owner of Dana Street Roasting, which is one of our very long-term anchor businesses that provides a safe space and so much more in the downtown, with concerns about how this movement was being constructed. So I don't have a lot of objection to the item, but I did want to recognize that letter that came in. And then on 4.8, I too am glad to hear that this is a living document, and we heard about that in council transportation. I think so much good work has gone into this, and if I had just one wish list item, it would be to include the needs of people with disabilities in the equity discussion sections of it. And then I support pulling 4.10 for discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would just, as Councilmember Lieber said, I don't feel comfortable voting on the minutes from the meetings that when I wasn't on council, so I'd like to abstain from them. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I hear abstentions from Councilmember Showalter and Lieber on 4.1, and then pulling item 4.10. Correct? So perhaps we can do a motion for the balance of the items, and then we can discuss 4.10? Vice Mayor Ramirez?
I'm happy to make the motion. Do you want to take public comment after I do or before?
I think before would be better.
Thanks, City Attorney Chopra. Great. All right. So if anyone has any public comment on item 4, our consent calendar, please feel free to raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I will display the 2-minute timer. Great. Alexander Brown?
I also like the idea of a basic income. I think that's a great just theoretical concept, and I would love to see some concrete implementations. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Bruce England?
Thank you, Mayor. You hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, just a comment on 4.8, the Access Mountain View item. Echo what the council member said, that all sounds great. I've also taken a lot of questions and so on from members of the community who are interested in this, not being familiar with it and also wanting to see it. What I've had to do is point them to meeting agendas to find draft versions of the file. So now with it being approved, presumably it will be approved, and that the final copy will be available on the website and then easily located by members of the public. And having events at the library and things like that, yeah, I think that'll be great, and also will help to publicize the other plans and projects that Public Works is covering for pedestrians and bicyclists. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think that concludes our public comment, so we can bring it back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar with 4.10 pulled, and that will include 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View appointing the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce as the advisory board for the Downtown Mountain View Business Improvement Area number 1 and Business Improvement Area number 2, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract for services with the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce to accomplish the purposes of and allocating the 2021 revenues from the business improvement areas. 4.5, adopt a resolution of intention of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to vacate public easements at 400 Logue Avenue. 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving the final map of tracks number 10-554, 1555 West Millfield Road, accepting dedications and making findings as required by the city code, and noting the abstentions from council members Lieber and Showalter for 4.1.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I would second that, but I was going to try a friendly amendment to 4.3, and given that we got an email from the owner of the Dana Street Roasting Company, who I generally have liked the idea suggested in 4.3, and talked to Mr. Katz about it and been very happy with the kinds of things he's been suggesting. But I do take seriously also what the owner of the Dana Street Roasting Company raised. I'm wondering if we could do this, like pilot it for 1 year and evaluate it, because I would like to see whether Dana Street Roasting Company had been like a founding member of the DBA and highly involved. So I'd just like to make sure that we evaluate it at the end of the year and make sure it's working out for those downtown businesses. So is that something that you would accept, just do it for 1 year and reevaluate?
The reason first, I did forward the email to staff, and I'm curious if staff has a response to the comments in the email. I don't know if anyone is prepared to speak to those, but before I give my thoughts, I want to hear staff's perspective.
Councilmember Ramirez, so no, staff did not have time to look into that or prepare a response. I do know that this has been quite a consideration for the DBA, and just the challenges that they've had. So I think that we'll have to talk to staff further about what such a program might look like after a year, if it changes. But in terms of the question from the owner, staff will need to look into that further.
Okay. The reason so there are two reasons why I'm disinclined to accept the amendment. And the first is there doesn't appear to be a viable alternative, that this really is the only way we're going to be able to continue the programming that is made possible by the revenue collected by each of these the improvement areas. And I don't know if we decide I don't know why we would decide that it's not working with the chamber, and even if we were to decide it wasn't working, the only other option may be the dissolution of the improvement area, since the businesses there don't appear to have the capacity to continue operating in the way that the CBA had. And then the other is we approve, if I'm not mistaken, every year there's a decision the council has to make related to the allocation and programming of those funds. Is that correct? So I just want to make sure I understand, because I've seen this item, I think, as appear before the council annually, and that may provide the check-in that you're seeking anyway. I see Tiffany has joined us.
Good evening, council members. Vice Mayor, you are correct. The BIA is renewed on an annual basis in the fall.
Tiffany, do you mind introducing yourself for members of the public who don't know who you are? Please, thank you.
Yes, no problem. This is Tiffany Chu, Business Development Specialist with the city. And the BIA is renewed on an annual basis, and that is a time where council can renew the actions that were taking place during that year and determine if the organization should move forward, and the organization being the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So, Councilmember Hicks, is that a reasonable check-in point?
Yeah, if we give it if it's not on, maybe if it's not on consent and it's actually kind of a formal enough, I don't need that formal, but, a good enough review that the businesses can weigh in if they feel like it's not working, or, the email refers to not paying, so that we can work through some of those issues if they arise. If that's a good enough forum to do it, then I would second it. And I would trust Ms. Chu if she's telling us that it's a good enough forum, or maybe she wants to answer that question. Is it a good enough forum to get through those things?
We have been working with the Chamber. This is Tiffany Chu again, Business Development Specialist. And we have been working with the Chamber through this process to develop the work plan that allows them to demonstrate what they plan to do to support the downtown businesses. This process was also initiated through the Downtown Business Association, the board of directors at that time. So the start of this process began through the DBA, and then them talking with the chamber regarding what the next steps should be, which led us to this evening's council item.
Okay, well, that seems sufficient to me then.
So was that a second to the original motion, Councilmember?
Yes, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Yes, that's the second to the original motion.
Okay, all right. So we have the motion by Vice Mayor Ramirez, and then seconded as it was proposed by Councilmember Hicks. Any further clarifications on the motion at hand? All right, not seeing any, we'll turn to City Clerk Glazer for the roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak? Yes. Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
And Mayor Knight?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. So we'll move back to item 4.10, which is adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View committing city support for the principles of the Mayors for Guaranteed Income Initiative, authorizing participation in the initiative, and expressing support for basic income, the cash-based pilot program in the City of Mountain View. And I just wanted to reiterate that for those members of the public who might not know what 4.10 is before we get into discussion. So Councilmember Matichak, you originally pulled it, so I'd like to turn to you. I know you had a few questions.
Yeah, and I apologize. I probably should have asked these the first time this topic came up, but it kind of surprised me when it did. But I've thought about it more, and I guess I'd like to understand from the council members who proposed this, kind of what was your thought process, and did you look at other options for doing something to help residents who might need some help other than this program? We did get one email, at least, from a member of the public suggesting a different program. So I guess I'd just like to understand, did you look at other programs, and how did you land on this one?
Thank you. So, okay, Councilmember Adekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll start since I was one of the proponents. Yes, I have looked at a number of other programs. I think we've actually implemented some of them with things like rent relief, the direct assistance, and then with UBI, Universal Basic Income. I've been reading about it and seeing the growing interest by cities to implement such a program. I just thought this was a great opportunity with the ARPA funds and another way to provide assistance, but I also am thinking long term. It's a pilot program, and part of that is to collect data to be able to, see the effects of UBI and whether this might be a more efficient or a better way of providing assistance to those in need. So it just, I think, is just a combination of various factors that that made me want to bring this up. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, I'm not sure which other council members had previously thought about this to propose it at the budget meeting. But if they had anything to add, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so to clarify, those council members who have their hands up, is this to answer Councilmember Matichek's question? Okay, so I'm going to call on the people who are nodding their head yes, which is Councilmember Showalter and Councilmember Lieber. Councilmember Hicks, do you have a question? Is that what that is? We can get to you next. Is that okay?
Yeah, I had a comment, but you can save me for last.
Perfect, great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, just adding on to what Councilmember Adekoga said. I've done some reading over the last few years, and I keep coming back to sociologists and economists who are saying that this is a very effective public assistance methodology, and that it does more good and it's cheaper to administer than many of the other programs. And of course, Andrew Yang brought it up in his campaigning, that sort of brought it to the forefront. But I think with anything like this, doing small pilot projects is very important for learning about how they work. And we learned a tremendous amount in that Stockton project that was done a couple of years ago. And I'd just like to help add to that knowledge and also help our residents out. Clearly, there is a lot of need in our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm very supportive of this type of an approach. I think that getting resources to people is very key, and doing it in a non-bureaucratic way, which I believe that this would be. When this came up at our previous meeting, it did come up as a little bit of an unknown and somewhat of a surprise, I think, to most of us. And so my understanding of things was that we would have more discussion about it in the context of the budget, and that it would come back in that way. So I feel a little bit uncomfortable with a couple parts of the resolution that's before us tonight. because I think that just having it come up very informally before and then now being on consent doesn't really allow for the discussion that I think that we need to have. I'd like to see us talk about things like, would we be conducting the program ourselves, or would we have a community partner such as the Mission Asset Fund, or someone who has more experience than we do in these types of programs? And so I can wholeheartedly support the resolution, and I think it's a very good thing for us to have the mayor participating in this initiative. But I'm not comfortable with the last whereas clause and with the number 3 bullet point at the end, because I think that we are kind of jumping in with both feet, and the process has been a little bit ad hoc till now. And my supposition was that when we had the budget come before us, that we would have a fuller discussion. So this is kind of jumping from our previous let's explore this to, okay, this is our strategy. And people from the community have come forward to say, you know, this is a strategy and it may be the best one. I think it's a very strong one and something that we should pursue. But I think that somehow the process has gotten a little bit less transparent than it really needs to be. And before we commit to, we are, you know, this is our initiative that we're going to move forward with, I think that we should have an item where we have open discussion and where the community weighs in. I know that the last item that we had, most of the discussion that took place was, I believe, after we closed public comment, and things kind of just came together. And I think it's important to, you know, utilize those magic moments when they happen in the policymaking process, but also to ventilate the issue. And I know that it's strong enough to stand on its own and to make good sense, but I think we're kind of jumping from A to C here.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Lieber. Councilmember Matichak, I didn't know if you had more questions, but I think that there was some, maybe we could turn to staff for some clarification on the process, and I think that was brought forward by Councilmember Lieber. So I'd like to turn to that. Do you have more questions, or?
No, I actually had comments on the process. I agree with everything Councilmember Lieber just said.
Okay, so I'm going to ask City Manager McCarthy, perhaps you can answer some of the, or kind of clarify.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Matichak and Lieber. So in terms of where staff is at right now, the MGI, or the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income Initiative, did come out of the Stockton initiative. So staff has every expectation to be bringing this back to council and to get significant public outreach and certainly public feedback. The challenge that we have is because this is such a unique pilot program, the MGI initiative will help provide staff resources and even starting the process of learning about what a good pilot program is. So really the intention was that we would, should council approve, that we would join this initiative to get hands-on help from them in developing a program, learning about best practices. They also have 2 data researchers that help them with the Stockton program. They were professors from two universities that I can't remember which ones, but two very large, well-known universities who actually helped figure out what the data collection would be and analyze that. Those resources and researchers are also available to help staff and help the city kind of figure out what our program might be. So this was really just the kind of the first step, and staff starting to kind of do that legwork to even figure out what a potential program or what sort of recommendations we could bring back to council. There will not be a recommendation with the budget just because this is simply, it wasn't enough time. We probably need a few more months to actually do a lot more research with the cities that have universal basic income programs, and also just learn about how to put a program together. To your question, Councilmember Lieber, about whether the city will be launching this or having a community partner, it is my expectation that yes, we would need to have a community partner on this. So that'll also be part of the learning process over the next few months. So this really was just an attempt for staff to be able to have help, frankly, before we really embark on this process. And it is free. That the MGI staff can help give us hands-on help for free, and have been very eager already to provide us numerous resources. Staff has also, I'll just wrap up quickly, but I do think it's important to note that staff has also already scheduled and had many meetings with community partners and other cities that have had UBI programs. We also have meetings actually tomorrow with the city of South San Francisco that launched a UBI program, and also with Stanford Basic Income Lab. So there's a lot of work to be done with this, the legwork, before we do plan on bringing an item back to council this fall. I'd imagine it would probably be in August or September for you all to consider what a program might look like, and then give your policy direction on it after we've done analysis and legwork.
Thanks, City Manager McCarthy. And it was the University of Pennsylvania. They have a School of Social Policy and Practice and a Center for Guaranteed Income that access the researchers. So I see Councilmember Matichek's hand is down. I'd like to go to Councilmember Hicks, who I think had some comments, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Lieber, if that's okay. Okay. All right, Councilmember Hicks. Thank you for being so patient.
Well, it turns out I don't have much left to say, because it turns out my comments are pretty similar to what Councilmember Matichek and Lieber said. Yeah, this came, although I'm very much in support of a pilot. I think it's good to get, we're in definitely a time of great need, and it's good to get cash out to folks as simply as possible. At the same time, I'm getting feedback. At the same time, it came fairly quick for such a big program. And I am getting feedback from some of the people concerned, such as some people from the Day Worker Center, that there might be different ways to implement this. So I like, the part of the letter I like says that we should I'm quoting, participate in a narrative. And I would just like to make sure that council and the public gets to participate in a narrative about how to use ARP funds, and make sure that it doesn't go by a little too fast. And it sounds like, what other people are saying, it sounds like that's kind of the direction we're taking.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm definitely supportive of participation in the MGI initiative and being able to reap the benefits of all the research and the good things that are out there. But I do want to note that we have we're blessed with a very wonky population in Mountain View. People like to consume a lot of information and think about it and work with it in a very sophisticated way. And I think that we could join the initiative and do the research, because I think that just from the comments that have come up before and now, that people do support methodologies and mechanisms for increasing resources in the community. But I wonder if we might just, on the last whereas, just say the City of Mountain View desires to commit its support for the principles of the MGI initiative. And then number 3, just express our support for basic income, and then allow the conversation to take place with the community, because that's the missing element. And if it's not going to be part of the budget process, then we do have the time to ventilate the issue. And I believe that the proposal is strong and is not going to fall apart from the community participation side of things. But I think that we should allow that conversation to take place.
Thank you. Councilmember Matachek?
Thanks. And so I was also going to suggest some tweaks to the wording of the resolution, and it's in the same 2 areas that Councilmember Lieber just noted. And I am very interested in exploring this and figuring out what would work for Mountain View. But I feel like this resolution has kind of jumped to, we're doing this without a good discussion and without the parameters around it. And I feel like I'd be comfortable if we had the time and we had the conversations to come up with the program before we so clearly stated that we're doing this. So I would support making the resolution a little bit more geared toward the exploration of these things and joining the MGI initiative. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Abiyakuga?
Thank you. So I've actually received quite a bit of messages saying they do support this pilot project. And reading the resolution, I don't think it commits us to anything. It just says that we support the basic income pilot program. It doesn't say we're going to do it. So this is really, from the way I looked at this, and as the city manager explained it, it's really for us to be able to access the Mayors for Guaranteed Income program and the technical assistance that I think we need to to craft a program. And we will have opportunity later to air out the issues, as someone mentioned. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion as is, and that is 4.10, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View committing city support for the principles of the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income initiative, authorizing participation in the initiative, and expressing support for basic income, a cash-based pilot program in the City of Mountain View. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and second the motion, and just a few quick thoughts. So first, I remember the discussion we had in allocating the $7.5 million roughly from the ARPA funds. And this is, I think, one of 4 primary pillars. There were other things that we've discussed, but the first was strengthening the small business relief or grant program that we have to help ensure that people are able to remain employed. That's obviously critical. There were 2 separate direct financial assistance programs that we're exploring. One is the conventional program operated through CSA, $750,000 there, plus an additional $250,000 that they may choose to allocate to that program or to other programs based on the need that they're envisioning or that they're seeing. Another direct financial assistance program that's operated by the Solidarity Fund, which I know staff is exploring, and then the Universal Basic Income program, which unique among the the programs that we're exploring is able to attract not only private philanthropic contributions, as we've seen with other programs that have been, other pilots that have been implemented nationwide, but also a potential state funding source. One of the things that Governor Newsom highlighted was several $100 million to supplement local UBI pilot programs. And I'm personally a big proponent of direct financial assistance, and it's something that we've been talking about for a while. But I think UBI has right now I think it really is unique in potentially serving as an attractor of additional funding to supplement the program that we implement. And it's also a sustained program. Direct financial assistance is great. It gets people through a pinch. I think it's going to be absolutely essential, once the eviction moratorium expires, helping people climb out of credit debt. But UBI lifts people out of poverty in a way that one-time direct financial assistance just can't. And I think the last point is, as I think several members of the council have expressed, there's still a lot of work that we have to do. I think the council is going to see and touch this a few more times. We still have to decide the parameters of the program, the institutions that we're going to partner with to distribute the funding. And I think those will be really good opportunities to talk about a lot of the concerns that have been expressed here. But I think this is a key first step. What are the best practices? Connecting with the technical experts and making sure that staff have the support that they need to implement this. And if we decide not to pursue it, the resolution doesn't start the program. We still have to start it, but it does give us access to resources that I think will be essential if we want to ensure the success of the program.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, in our last meeting, I was very supportive of the seconder and the maker without actually knowing where they were trying to go with what they were doing. And I am supportive of the policy overall, so I definitely don't want to vote against the resolution, but I think that we can have a little more openness without doing damage to it. So I'd like to suggest an amendment, and that would be in the title of the resolution, saying a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View committing city support for the principles of the Mayors for Guaranteed Income Initiative, authorizing participation in the initiative. And then in the last whereas the City of Mountain View desires to commit its support for the principles of the MGI initiative. And then in number 3, and the last paragraph, the City Council expresses its support for basic income. And I'd like to make that my amendment.
So I think, just to clarify, it's an alternate motion, right? Or are you asking the motion maker to make the amendment?
Well, I don't want to force them to do something that they're not on board with. But I think that these are reasonable amendments, and it sounds like there are possibly 4 people that are desiring these amendments. So I'd like to offer them as an amendment to the main motion and see if there's someone who would be willing to second this amendment.
Right, so then, sorry, just to clarify, and I'll look to the city attorney and the city clerk, then that would be an alternate motion. So I think that what you're asking for is not the amendments from the motion maker and the seconder, but you're actually proposing an alternate motion with a second.
It can be an alternate motion, but the way that I've put it forward is an amendment to the main motion. But either way, I don't want to blow their motion out of the water. But I think under Robert's rules, the way that I've been taught to do it is to amend the main motion.
I think the best approach here would be to ask the motion maker and the seconder if they are comfortable with your motion, and if they're not, for example, then you could make a substitute motion and see if there's a second for that.
Okay.
But I would like to get clarity for your proposed amendment to the title of the ordinance. I didn't quite get that. I think I have the others.
I'm suggesting that the title be a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View committing city support for the principles of the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income Initiative, authorizing participation in the initiative, period.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I would, you could ask the motion maker and the seconder if they're comfortable with those amendments to the title, the last whereas, and the third term.
Okay. Would the maker and seconder like to accept those friendly suggestions?
So I actually had a question for staff as to whether we need to adopt the resolution as originally drafted for MGI, or can we change it?
Thank you, Councilmember Abekoga. So I was actually just trying to determine that with staff. I do believe that we will still be able to join. One of the things that staff was aiming to do was to position us well with the state in order to receive state matching funds. I think that we'll probably still be able to do that with the amendments, but that is how staff recommended that and why.
So in light of that, to just be, I guess, more sure of being able to be positioned for opportunities, I think it's best for us to stay with the original language. So I will stay with that. Thanks.
Okay, then I'd like to go ahead and make a substitute motion with the language that I've already suggested.
Councilmember Matischak?
I'll second that substitute motion.
Okay. So I think at this time we have a substitute motion by Councilmember Weber, seconded by Councilmember Matischak. And I think at this time I'll go to public comment, unless council members have other comments they'd like to make before I turn to public comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'll open it for public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We'll display a 2-minute timer. Alexander Brown.
I did not think I was going to get a second chance to comment on this. So, yeah. Robert's Rules is fun, huh? I would like to come out strongly in support of just a basic income in theory, and I think that the first step is committing to like moving down this road and saying, yes, we are interested. This is something we want to do. We want to explore. This is a way that we want to help the people of the city to be able to thrive by providing them the means to exist. And I get that. You know, we want a lot of public comment. We want people to know that this is happening, that this is something that is available, that this is how we're behaving, and I totally support that. But I also think that taking the first step of moving forward and saying, yeah, no, there's a bunch of people who are trying to do this. We want to work together on this is good. And so I would like to just take the opportunity to say that. Yes, let's move forward and do something. I think it's cool. Basic income. I'd like it to be universal. I recognize it's almost always means tested, but you know, baby steps. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this concludes public comment. So we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Weber, your hand is raised. Did you have more here? No? Okay.
Sorry.
So, No problem. I just want to make sure we have a robust discussion. I want to make sure everyone's heard. And apologies for saying alternate instead of substitute. That's what I meant, substitute motion. Okay, so I just want to give this opportunity before we do the roll call vote. If people have comments, I'd like to make some since I haven't had a bite of the apple yet, which is I will not be supporting this substitute motion. I felt supportive of the original motion. And the reason is this. I feel like the Vice Mayor summed it up quite nicely in his comments, so I don't want to reiterate it too much. But the state has put forward $35 million in support of cities and counties that are going forward with Universal Basic Income pilot program. Our city and city staff has been extremely resourceful when it's come to working to match dollars with the state. And I really want to make sure that we can, in every way possible, have access to that grant funding, have access to the resources to make sure that this is implemented. And my support of UBI is twofold. One, from the community members who've heard about us moving in this direction, I've heard more support than I've heard people who are not supportive. I think that just today I participated in a panel where they asked, can we add matching dollars to whoever will administer the UBI program? So I think there's a lot of excitement. And then the other is, I would say there's a great need. I think the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the disparities that we already see in Silicon Valley, that we already see in our city, and people need assistance and they need it now. And they are asking their local governments to be creative, be flexible, and this funding would be no strings attached funding to help lift them out of poverty. And I really believe in that as a way to create substantive change in people's lives in a way of good. So that's why I felt I want to support the original motion. So I just wanted to clarify that before we move forward. And hopefully at the end of the day, we'll go forward with something. I know there's more questions. We want an open process, but I guess I saw tonight as a first step. It's the first date. We're not getting married yet. So so that was my level of comfort, knowing that we would have a greater opportunity to discuss and to kind of coalesce on what the process forward would be and the program implementation. So we'll turn it over to City Clerk Glazer for the roll call vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak? Yes. Councilmember Abekoga?
Yay.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
No.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
No.
Mayor Knight?
No.
Motion passed.
Thank you. So then I think it goes back to the original motion. Is that correct, City Attorney Chopra?
Correct.
Great. So shall we do a roll call motion? Oh, Councilmember Lieber, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'd like to strongly suggest that, and I do believe that the original motion will pass, and I definitely want to support UBI, but I'd like to suggest in the strongest terms possible that we have an item that is not on the consent agenda, that is a regular item as soon as possible before the perception is out there amongst the public that we're just, going ahead without a visible item. And I think we've inadvertently had some of the conversation tonight and surfaced some of the questions, like would we have community partners? Would we do this ourselves? How would it be structured? That I think that there's enough of a discussion there to have an actual visible agenda item. Because although the consent agenda is out there, I think it's much less visible to the public. And I know that we're trying to use consent more and more now, and that has pluses and minuses. We've now spent a huge amount of time on something that was on consent about the fact that it was on consent instead of being more transparent and visible to the community.
Great, thank you. Did staff have any comments or anything that they'd like to say before we move on to the roll call vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so to Councilmember Weaver's suggestion, absolutely. We will bring this back to council on the regular agenda, and we'll outline all those considerations that you have discussed. And that was the intended path forward.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so we'll move on to roll call. City Clerk Glazer.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Weaver.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Mayor Knight.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. All right, so we'll move on to item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer for you. Sorry, 3 minutes. Marie C. Marie C. I think you have to accept the unmute. All right, we'll come back to you, Marie. Bruce England?
Thank you, Mayor. Hear me okay?
Yes.
I would like to request something for council to take up. And I recognize that your June agendas are extremely full. I've looked at them, and you know more about them than I do. However, the School Resource Officer Program through the schools is something worthy of your attention. And what I'd like to request is that you establish a study session or request it from staff where you can review the current program, and that this will help advise the new Public Safety Advisory Board, or PSAB, on their work. They're a brand new advisory body, and they're seeking as much input from you as they can get to help them establish their work plan and their starting agendas. I'm hoping that they will have as much flexibility as possible when they set up the work plan, but I expect that the SRO program will be one of the first things they want to look at. And if you are able to review the program and all the ramifications that go with it, if not before they meet, probably going to be after they initially meet, but as soon as you can, it will just help advise their work on this. As you know, Los Altos has already gone over this, and they've pulled their funding for the SRO program, and that means that it kind of lands on Mountain View to figure out what they want to do in response. Also, Mountain View is a bit of an outlier by paying for the SRO program themselves instead of having the school district pay for it. Other cities nearby, that's the way they do it, is through the district. Los Altos was like Mountain View, but now they've pulled their funding. And I think that you ought to look at the costs and benefits, and is it really appropriate for armed officers, uniformed officers, to be on school campuses? How do students react to this? Students' views are important, also staff, teachers, school counselors, everybody who's involved. I just think it's worthy of a review. So that's the request, that you ask for a study session either in June, or if that's not possible, when you come back after the summer recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Chrissy Coe?
Hi, thank you, Mayor. My name is Chrissy Coe, and I'm a student at Mountain View High School, and I've gone to school in Mountain View my whole life, and I'd also like to make a comment on the Student Resource Office program at Mountain View. And I remember seeing student resource officer on campus for the first time since I was in 6th grade and ever since then. And I've had the privilege of never having a terrible experience with school officers, but I've also never had a positive experience with them either. And I can testify to the feelings of fear and anxiousness when officers walk through our campus that many of my friends can also relate to. And so I'm concerned with the practice of having armed police officers on campus. So I'd like to ask the City Council to conduct a study session and a review on the Student Resource Officer program at Mountain View High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Rath?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so I recently learned about the R3 rezoning proposal from the newspaper, and I would like to provide some comment on that. I live on Verona Ave, and I've lived there for 13 years, and that's a street that is affected by the rezoning project. It's, for all the time that I've been there, it's been a quiet and sleepy street, and it's mostly single-family homes on that street with a handful of very small apartment buildings. And so the building heights there are currently 1 to 2 stories. So when I saw the proposal, I was quite shocked to see that it's 3.5 stories on paper that are being proposed for this neighborhood, but with a 50% density bonus, we're looking at building heights that are 5 to 6 stories tall. So that's taller than the vast majority of the buildings that have gone up around El Camino or Castro in recent years. So, I mean, we're talking really big. So somehow the staff report that I've read suggests that this is compatible with existing use, but I mean, how can anybody reasonably say that, you know, putting a 5-story building next to a 1 to 2 story building is compatible? I mean, I just really don't see it. Maybe if you go up by 1 story or so, that would be considered compatible, but, you know, going several stories higher is just way beyond this. So it's pretty obvious that this proposal will have lots of detrimental effects on the neighborhoods that I live in. So, you know, like the green space is going to be lost because of the tight setbacks, the privacy in the backyards, lots of traffic will come, and we're looking at increased anonymity. All the buildings will look the same. So just to name some of the bad things that are going to happen. So it will be unrecognizable if this proposal goes forward. So we seem to be rolling out the red carpet here for the developers, but their incentives are just not aligned with maintaining high quality neighborhoods. So they collect the proceeds from their projects and then they're on their way, right? But what are we going to do as the homeowners, right? We can't just pack up and leave. So I think that this proposal is basically entirely at the expense of the people who are currently living here and own homes. So these properties will be devalued because we're essentially gradually turning the whole place into apartment housing. And that's pretty much the opposite of what I wanted when I moved there. So I urge you to respect the homeowners' rights to maintain the character of the neighborhoods that we brought into. And this proposal is just highly unreasonable and overreaching. So please reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Radhika?
Hi, thank you. I'd like to piggyback off of what some other people commented on the Student Resource Officers program. I am a student at Mountain View High School, and I would really appreciate if you considered conducting a study session sometime in June on the SRO's program. I think it's really important that we review this program, as recently Los Altos has reviewed their participation in the program and decided to step out of it. So I think it would be really important if we looked at how it impacts our schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Brown? Alex, are you there?
Yes, I think I was hardware muted. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to agree with Tony. We shouldn't be putting 5-story building next to 1-story buildings. We should redevelop the 1-story buildings to make better use of that land because it's a waste. And I also don't want a bunch of buildings that all look the same. I've long been a supporter of weird-looking buildings, and I think that we need way more of them. The buildings these days are very samey and boring, and I think that we should have more interesting character in the developments. Just make them weird. I'm also interested in a study session on SROs, so support the previous speakers. Thanks.
Great, thank you. All right, that concludes oral communications. So we'll bring it back to council and we'll move on to item 6, which is public hearings. Our first item is 6.1, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Water Resources Manager Elizabeth Flegler will present the staff report. Public Works Director Don Cameron and Assistant Public Works Director Lisa L. are available for any questions. Elizabeth, let's see. Hopefully you're making your way over.
Excellent. Sorry it took me so long. Good evening, honorable mayor, members of the council. I'm Elizabeth Flegel, Water Resources Manager. Can you hear me okay? Excellent. Okay, I'm going to open up my presentation and try to share my screen. Okay. Tonight I'll be presenting on the City of Mountain View's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan update, which includes our water shortage contingency plan. The Urban Water Management Plan update is required every 5 years. The city's previous plan was updated in 2016, and the current plan is due to the state by July 1st. As part of this update, staff has notified neighboring water agencies and local resident and business groups, and the public was given an opportunity to review the draft plan prior to this hearing. The Urban Water Management Plan links Mountain View's land use and water planning efforts and provides a long-term look at our ability to meet customer water needs. Also included is a description of our conservation efforts and the plan for responding to water shortage emergencies. The Urban Water Management Plan analysis is based on the approved general plan growth, which includes approximately a 50% increase in population and 30% increase in jobs at build-out. As a result of this development, the city expects water use may increase by 35% over the next 25 years. The majority of Mountain View's water comes from the San Francisco's regional water system. Other supplies include Valley Water, local groundwater wells, and recycled water in North Bayshore. San Francisco has been Mountain View's primary water supplier for many years. Historically, groundwater also made up a large percentage of our use. Connection to the Valley Water system was completed around 1990, and the current recycled water system was installed in 2009. The plan assumes future demand increases will be met using San Francisco water. However, investments in recycled water and other infrastructure offer opportunities to increase our use of other supplies. Based on the plan analysis, Mountain View has sufficient water to meet current and future customer needs. Recent actions by the State Water Board related to their Bay Delta plan has the potential to reduce San Francisco's dry year water supply from the Tuolumne River, and the city is monitoring the situation closely as it continues to evolve. Mountain View's groundwater provides a critical backup supply in the event of drought reductions. The conservation and recycled water also offer flexibility in responding to drought. Following this public hearing, adoption of the plan is scheduled for June 8th in order to meet the July 1st submittal deadline. The draft plan is posted online, and the final plan will be posted after adoption. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do any members of the council have comments or questions? Great, and I think, there we go, perfect. Councilmember Hicks.
Sorry, I had trouble switching over and raising my hand while I was looking at the screen. You know, I'm curious about some of the projections in this. The projection, for instance, that we'll have more jobs than residents, which, if I read it right, and tell me whether maybe I didn't, is based on the general plan. Does that include housing we're developing that's not in the general plan, like in North Bay Shore? Or is it based entirely on the general plan? Or I'm not happy to hear the projections say we'll have more jobs than residents, and I'm trying to understand exactly what what it's based on.
Yes, it does include the precise plans, including the North Bay Shore and the East Wisman precise plans. Those are included. I did get a response to your written question from planning. I'm not sure if someone from planning is on the meeting, but I'd be happy to summarize it for you.
Sure.
It's essentially, he says, this is from Eric Anderson in the planning division, that the general plan projections start from the existing job totals and apply additional jobs based on office and commercial development studied as part of the general plan and precise plans. And in effect, it's the approximate job capacity of these plans because the city is at or near full employment in the last several years. It's likely there will be periods where fewer jobs over the next several decades based on economic cycles, and actual employment may dip below populations.
I actually see Mr. Anderson with his hand raised in the attendees. So if we can move him over, that will probably be helpful. City Clerk Glazer or Mr. Jensen, can we move Mr. Anderson over, please? Wonderful, thank you. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Councilmember Hicks. Did you have any follow-up questions based on Ms. Flagel's reading of the answer?
I think I understand it now, saying that we've planned since the general plan. I wanted a better. I'm not happy with the projections, but I wanted a better understanding of what they included, and I think I got that. Okay. I have a second question now.
Great. Go ahead.
So my second question is that the talk of the drought is based on history. Was it like 100-year history? And I'm a little confused because weather is changing so much. Climate change, basically changing so much. Climate change, basically. Why we're relying so much on do we keep making the same kinds of plans that we did before? We knew when we were in the middle of climate change. Have we modified how we make these projections at all because of climate change? That's a piece I don't fully understand.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hicks. I can speak, I think, first to our supply from San Francisco. They have a drought planning scenario that is actually longer and more severe than what they have recorded over the short 100-year history that they have. They are also looking into the impacts of climate change, which do include changes not only to their supplies, but also to potential demand. And we incorporated that into our demand model just here in Mountain View. The climate change study that San Francisco has been working on is due to be released later this year, but there are incorporated expected changes in both of the supply models for from our wholesale suppliers, Valley Water and San Francisco.
Okay, I mean, that sounds better than using 100-year history when we know we're in a new phase of history. Will we won't be able to see those before we adopt these, though. Is that true?
That's true. There is a section where we do discuss in the urban water management plan some of the impacts that are expected from climate change, which are earlier snow melt, longer and possibly more severe droughts, changes in runoff patterns in general. Now, the San Francisco's design drought that they use for the modeling of their system actually includes the back-to-back repeat of the two worst droughts in the 100 years that they have on record. So it is more comprehensive than just the record that we have.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'd like to see that additional information at some point. Thank you.
If I may add on, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, the Urban Water Management Plan is not only updated every 5 years, but can also be amended during that 5-year period if some new information comes along through that modeling, through the climate change studies that says that we should take another look and amend it.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. For staff, I've been reviewing the Tuolumne Trust letter quite a few times and finally started to get at that what they're asking for is that we request an appendix from the SFPUC, and I'm thankful to hear staff provide some analysis of the content of the letter. But what would be the upside and the downside for Mountain View of requesting the type of appendix that they described?
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. I think first and foremost, San Francisco's drought planning policy of using the 8.5-year design drought has been in place for many, many years. And I think my understanding is that staff believes it warrants any changes in that design drought warrants an open and thorough public process and analysis. So given the timeline of the Urban Water Management Plan updates that they need to be submitted to the state on July 1st, we have not heard from San Francisco any indication that they will be conducting that process before the July 1st deadline. I do understand that they may be open to having that public discussion analysis at a later time, but I think from a logistical standpoint, the timing is a bit difficult.
And I'm wondering if would there be, other than wanting to respect a long-standing process, which I'm generally a fan of, I I'm not sure what would be the what would it mean for us to request this appendix? And it sounds like some other cities are making a similar request.
Thank you, Councilmember Weaver. I'm not aware of which cities may be making that request. I mean, from a practical implementation standpoint, the request is to analyze a lesser level of drought planning. So that is a fairly large change. We have historically planned for longer droughts. So from a practical standpoint, that would be the impact of reducing it. I don't know if Dawn has anything else to add, or if that answers your question.
I think it does go back to what was said earlier, as Elizabeth was saying, to run for San Francisco to take on the process of not only analyzing shorter drought design and running the model and coming up with all the necessary data to analyze, and a good public process involving all the agencies to discuss it, that's going to take a while. And our urban water management plans are due to the state by July 1st, not just ours, but all the agencies. So the actual reality of some kind of appendix or addendum by July 1st is unlikely. And it goes back to, again, if this process happens, Mountain View will definitely participate in it. And if it means changing our urban water management plan before the next 5-year update, we can certainly do that. So we have flexibility to revise our plan at any time. And we probably need to let this just play out, with San Francisco giving them the time that they need to do the analysis, do the public engagement and the agency engagement before we try to do something with our own urban water management plan.
And do we have any signals from the SFPUC? And I know that they're notoriously opaque. Do we have any signals that they're thinking about launching into the process? Because it does seem a little bit extreme to bookend the, two worst case scenarios together and then have that end up being something that's considered a likely outcome.
One of the reasons they selected the scenarios that they analyzed and provided for Mountain View and others to use in our urban water management plans is because the Bay Delta plan is adopted by the state board. It is undergoing negotiations and undergoing litigation, but it is an adopted plan. And so my understanding is that they felt the need to provide that as a scenario and to analyze the impacts that they projected would occur. They also simultaneously provided an analysis that was more of the status quo, which is what we have seen over the past several rounds of updates. We did request for them to provide scenarios in between, but they didn't feel that these negotiations were at a point where they could issue those model analyses.
Well, I'd be really interested in that going forward, because I think that there is a potential impact on housing in terms of that. And I don't have that many illusions that the SFPUC will pay heed to us. I guess that's why there's Bosca out there. But I think that for sure that a private or an NGO like Tuolumne Trust would not get noticed, and so I think that we have some hope of doing that. So if we can kind of keep that in our thoughts. I think that would be helpful.
Great, thank you. Councilor Showalter?
Yeah, this is a time, every time urban water management comes up, this is our opportunity to discuss our water policy and what we think is important. And also meet a state requirement, but the state requirement kind of makes us do that. And their guideline is that you use a 5-year drought, and but you can use a longer one, but San Francisco has chosen to use a longer one. And I understand that the guideline changed, and the last time you only had to use a 3-year drought. So, I mean, that isn't, I would say that is reflective of everybody's concern with how climate change will change what a drought is. That said, I think one of the things we should be discussing tonight is how we view protecting the environmental habitat of the Delta. And I think that the city of Mountain View and the people of Mountain View have a strong environmental conscience. And right now, I know that Elizabeth can explain it better than I can, but there are negotiations going on to balance these topics. There's the new Bay Delta plan. And I think that the signal I would like to see that we are sending loud and clear to our staff is that we want them to represent a strong habitat protection for the Delta at the same time when we obviously need to have a reasonable, we need to have a robust water supply, a reliable water supply. So that's really the message I want to make sure that we're sending. And I'd like Elizabeth to tell us a little bit about the negotiations that are going on relative to the Bay Plan and all the water contractors.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. I should say Mountain View is not a party to those negotiations, but there are negotiations that are going on at the request of the governor between the State Water Board and the water rights holders and other parties on the Tuolumne River and other tributaries of the San Joaquin River, which leads into the Bay Delta. And my understanding, and we receive regular updates from Bosca and from San Francisco, that those negotiations are proceeding. They have been going on for several years, but they do continue to proceed. So we do watch those very closely. I understand that San Francisco and Bosca, through those negotiations, have been requesting that the State Water Board consider an alternative to the Bay Delta plan that is based on some studies that have been done over many years regarding the Tuolumne River. And so that is the current request is for the State Board to analyze an alternative plan that achieves the same objectives of the State Water Board, which is to address ecosystem and water quality concerns in the Delta, but to see if it's possible to achieve those same objectives through this alternative agreement and alternative plan.
Thank you. Well, anyway, that's sort of the policy direction that I think is important that we share with our staff, that indeed we want through Bosqua and the negotiations that Elizabeth is involved in to support that. We want to support the habitat protection of the Delta. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. The other thing I wanted to bring up is in our water management plan, we have a description of 3 different scenarios that are based on different amounts of water that people would use. Whether or not they would conserve water, and if they would conserve water at a certain level and then to a higher level. And I think it was really it's really valuable to have that range of analysis, because as we've all heard, there are a lot of variables out there that aren't tied down right now, and that's particularly over 25 years. They could change quite a bit. But having the scenario where essentially, it's sort of business as usual, and then the scenario with, I think it was A was kind of business as usual, B was the 20% conservation during a drought, and C was more conservation than that. That gives us, I think, a reasonable understanding of, how fungible, in a sense, our water demand is, because the people are pretty responsive. We had a 29% reduction during the last few years, or not last year, was it last year? The year before last, when we had such a very, very dry year. So our community is responsible. So those are reasonable things to consider. And I wanted to bring that up again. I think that, it is important that we look at a sort of a sliding scale of what might happen, because there are so many variables that are, unknown. So I want to thank staff for including that information. I think it's important. And I certainly would, anyway, I'd just like to hear other people's thoughts about the policy direction to support the protection of the Bay and Delta through these negotiations.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. I just realized, are we still on questions?
Yes.
Because mine's a comment. I'll hold it.
Okay, great. Do any other council members have questions? All right. So seeing none, we'll bring this to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide a comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A 2-minute timer will be displayed on the screen. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. You hear me this time?
Yes.
I guess you heard me every time, so that's good. Yeah, I had a new group in Mountain View called Green Spaces MV. I think most or all of you have heard of it. Well, we believe strongly in community collaboration on these issues about water use and landscaping and wildlife protection and all of that. So I just want to bring the group to your attention, but also to highlight the importance of the community in all of this. There's city policy and what staff does and all of that, and then there's what we can do too, and it needs to all go together. So we are putting emphasis on native, drought-tolerant, pollinator-friendly landscaping throughout the city, so this can help address water shortages. And picking the right landscaping can help with sequestering water, so that's a good thing. And then beyond that, there's turf reduction. Turf takes an awful lot of water, and where we can reduce it in our city, that would be great. And right now we're still seeing a lot of grass in parks and other areas where it's really not needed. And collaboration with the Parks Division and Public Works on addressing that is something we're working on and will continue to work on. And we also are interested in protecting wildlife migration paths. And this is something we just started looking at. It's a very interesting idea. You looked at Access MV earlier, and that was talking about where people walk and bike, but people aren't the only living beings in our city, and we need to protect the other critters that are here as well. So let's see, yeah, just welcome more collaboration. Anybody who's listening to this who would like to get in touch and talk about it and participate, that would be great. We're going to meet with Sarah Lund and talk about the cool block angle in a couple of weeks, so there's a lot going on. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Peter Druckmeyer.
Good evening, Peter Druckmeyer, Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. The timing is quite remarkable. During the time you've been deliberating on your urban water management plan, Menlo Park has as well, and there was just a motion to include a request for the appendix. And I heard there was a second, and then I had to leave before they voted to join you, but it's a pleasure to be with you. And so the idea here is to have this appendix available should the SFPUC vote to shorten the design drought. At their meeting today, they discussed that they're going to have a climate change vulnerability assessment available this summer, and that in September, October would be a good time for them to bring up the design drought. So it's on their radar. But the urban water management plans are due on July 1st. So what happened recently is the SFPUC used contractual obligations to represent demand, and we caught them doing that. And they were forced to change it, and they actually used actual demand projections. And that reduced potential rationing from 55% to 40%. And I think using, if we had a more reasonable design drought, like 7.5 years, which is still much longer than any other drought that water agencies are using, it could bring it down to 25%. And then when you're going to approve housing, you can say, well, we have the water, we've done 25% rationing before. If we bring some alternative water supplies online, like recycled water, which is planned to come from the regional wastewater treatment plant, we're going to do okay. So just a quick thing. At current demand, we could make it through the 6-year drought of record, 87 to 92, without any rationing, without any new alternative water supplies. So I hope you'll give us a chance sometime to present to you, and maybe you'll support the Bay Delta plan like Palo Alto did. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Alexander Brown?
I just want to agree with Bruce and Pat. Protect the Delta, foster a healthy and diverse ecosystem, and ban grass. It's unnecessary. We have people in the park, there's mobile home park for those without context, who have little strips of grass and sprinklers, big old sprinklers. Just, it's unnecessary. Such a waste. Thanks.
Thank you. Mohan Nathan.
Yes, hi, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. So I just wanted to bring something into the conversation that's not often talked about. 80% of California's water use goes to agriculture. The percentage of California's water use that goes to residential and urban use is only 5%. So that 5%, it includes all of our showers, all of our residential sprinkler usage, all of our washing clothes, washing dishes. All of that is only 5%. 80% is agriculture. So if we're not talking about agriculture, we are really not going to be able to solve the water usage problem in the impending drought. When you look at agriculture, of that 80%, 70 to 80% of that is used for, I'm sure you know where I'm going with this because I talk about this a lot, is used for meat and dairy products. It is incredibly wasteful from a water usage point of view to raise meat and dairy products. For instance, a gallon of cow's milk requires about 1,000 gallons of fresh water to produce, and that mostly goes into the feed crops that are fed to the animal. So I don't know what that means for this policy here, but I just wanted to raise awareness that really talking about sprinklers and showers is not going to solve our future problems. We really need to talk about our food consumption and our dietary choices. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. So I will bring it back to council for deliberation. Councilman Matchek.
Thanks. So I appreciate Ms. Flagel's comments about the Bay Delta plan and the voluntary agreements. As the representative from Mountain View on Bosca, we talk about this quite a bit, and all Bosca is asking for is that the voluntary agreements be analyzed and to see whether or not you can protect the ecosystem in the bay and also have a different approach to water management. So I appreciate Ms. Flagel's characterization of that. I think it was spot on. I appreciate the approach staff has taken to the water management plan. I think for now it is the best approach we have. As Ms. Cameron said, we can always update it if we get new information. But I think for now, it is what we're looking for, and I am ready to make a motion that we accept the draft 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan as required by California Water Code Section 10642. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Matichak. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Abikoga. Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions about this item? All right, so seeing none, City Clerk Glazer, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Matichak?
Elizabeth, sorry.
Sorry, can I ask for clarification from the city attorney's office, because I understood that the action was to be taken on June 8th.
Yes, that's correct. But tonight's recommendation is just to accept the public comments as Councilmember Matichak said. It's not taking any more formal action than that.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Any other questions? All right, okay, City Clerk Glazer, sorry about that.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much to staff. We'll move on to item 6.2, 773 Cuesta Drive. Would any council members like to make any disclosures, meeting with the applicant or visiting the site? So I visited the site. Councilmember Matichak?
I visited the site on my own.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Showalter?
I also visited the site on my own.
Councilmember Hicks?
I visited the site on Google Maps.
Thank you. All right, so we'll have Associate Planner Brittany Whitehill will present the staff report. Zoning Administrator Planning Manager Stephanie Williams and Forestry and Roadways Manager Jacob Tronick are available for questions. In addition, the applicant team, consisting of Kevin Denardi and Albert Wang from Denardi Wang Homes and Jamie Matheran from the Dallin Group will also be presenting. So I think we'll turn it over to Ms. Whitehill first.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Give me 1 minute. I'll get this set up. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Great, thank you so much. So thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Brittany Whitehill, and I am joined tonight by Planning Manager and Zoning Administrator Stephanie Williams. The item in front of you consists of a plan unit development permit and development review permit to construct a 4-unit residential development, a heritage tree removal permit to remove 11 heritage trees and relocate 2 heritage trees, and a vesting tentative map to create 4 residential lots and 1 common lot at 773 Cuesta Drive. The project site is located on the south side of Cuesta Drive, between Miramonte Avenue and Beacon Avenue. The approximately 0.7-acre project site consists of 1 existing lot, currently developed with a single-family home, which would be demolished for the project. Directly west of the site is a dental office. To the north of the property, across Cuesta Drive, is a church with an associated preschool. Several single-family homes are located to the south and east of the project site. The general plan designation is low-density residential, and the site is zoned R1, which is single-family residential. The project proposes to redevelop the site with 4 2-story single-family homes, ranging in size from approximately 2,700 square feet to 3,000 square feet. The proposed architectural styles include craftsman and modern farmhouse. Each home would be on an individual lot, and a shared driveway is proposed in the middle of the site for access to each lot. The proposed project is consistent with the low-density residential general plan designation and the R1 district and R1 flag lot development standards, with the exception of a request to allow a reduced common lot width. The applicant proposes a 23-foot wide common lot where 25 feet is the minimum per the R1 flag lot development standards. The proposed 23-foot wide common lot, which encompasses the 22-foot wide paved shared driveway, will provide adequate vehicular and emergency vehicle access for each lot. The R1 district requires each single-family home to provide one covered and one uncovered parking space. The project proposes a 2-car garage plus a 2-car driveway for each home, which provides double the amount of parking required for the development. The primarily undeveloped lot has a substantial number of trees, including 39 heritage trees. Due to significant tree coverage on site, planning staff, the city arborist, and the applicant team, including the applicant's arborist, visited the site numerous times to evaluate the trees and discuss the best way to maximize tree preservation into the planned development. With the proposed development, 26 existing heritage trees, including 25 coast live oaks and 1 valley oak, are proposed to be preserved, and 2 existing heritage trees relocated on site. 11 heritage trees are proposed for removal, including 1 dead Monterey pine, 3 black walnuts, which are either dead or in decline, 6 coast live oaks, which have poor form and are within the proposed building and driveway footprints, and 1 valley oak, which was found to have a fungal disease and decay at the base of the tree, making it a safety hazard. 24 replacement trees, ranging in size from 24-inch box to 48-inch box, are proposed to be planted on site, bringing the total tree count on the site to 52 trees. New street trees are also proposed along the project frontage where none currently exist. The project was presented at a zoning administrator and subdivision committee meeting on April 27, 2021. Members of the public raised concerns regarding parking, traffic, and the loss of heritage trees. In the end, the zoning administrator and subdivision committee recommended that council approve the project, and their recommendations are shown on the screen. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions. Jacob Trachonic, Forestry and Roadways Manager, is also available for questions, as are the project applicants, Kevin Donardi and Albert Wing.
Great, thank you so much. And Ms. Weigel, I think that the applicant had a brief presentation as well. Is that correct? Or
yes, I believe Jamie Matheron would like to make a presentation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I'll share my screen now. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, it's not full screen though.
Let's see. Did this get any bigger?
The image got larger. Now we can't see the entire slide. It's
okay. I think this is what it needs to be able to see the top and bottom of the slide. So.
Okay.
All right, so thank you. I'm Jamie Matheron, architect for the project, and speaking on behalf of the project team. So I'll focus primarily on the tree preservation measures that have been undertaken in this project and just previewed by Brittany. So extensive attention has been paid towards maintaining the wooded character of the site and towards preserving as many of the existing trees as possible. So this is an overview of the site, and you can see how many trees. It's really a full tree canopy there. So this is the existing tree plan. So 26 out of the 37 existing heritage trees are to remain. 24 of the heritage trees will remain in place. 2 of the heritage trees will be transplanted on the site. That can be seen by these 2 arrows here. And then 11 heritage trees would be removed. 1 of those 11 is already dead, per the arborist report. And moving on to the new proposed planting plan. So 24 new trees would be planted, and the size breakdown of those new trees, 12 of those new trees would be 24-inch box trees, 11 of those trees would be 36-inch box trees, and 1 of those trees would be a 48-inch box tree. And so that is about double the number of trees being removed would be replaced with new trees. And You'll see also the full planting along the 3 property lines that are adjacent to neighboring parcels. So this will maintain extensive privacy and provide screening from views to and from any neighboring homes. And then also included in the project plans is a tree canopy study. And this demonstrates the growth of the canopy over time as the trees reach maturity. So we start out with the existing tree canopy, and then at 5 years, it starts here at planting at 5 years and 10 years. The canopy, continues to increase and to reach the level of canopy coverage of the existing tree canopy. And so tucked into this tree canopy are nestled 4 homes, as Brittany mentioned. So you can see with the simulation and the rendering of the trees, the homes are nicely screened by the trees and just nicely tucked into the tree canopy. So here's just a couple of images from along Cuesta Drive of the front 2 homes, and then there's 2 more homes in the rear. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any additional questions.
Great, thank you. So we'll bring it back to council for any questions or comments. And if we could stop the screen share, that would be great. Do any council members have questions? All right, Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for staff. So I understand that the only reason the council has to review this project is because council approval is necessary for the tentative map. And maybe this is a more philosophical question than anything, but why is council approval necessary for the tentative map? Is there some historical justification for this, or a really good reason that I'm not appreciating? What is this something that could be delegated to the ZA? Any insight you can share?
So I think historically, tentative maps are seen for kind of larger projects, and they would accompany the other applications with those larger projects. So at some point in the past, it was determined that council would like to see those larger projects, and the kind of trigger of that is the tentative map application.
So larger, I'm trying to remember. I think the subdivision ordinance has a minimum of 5, right? 5 lots. That's when the council reviews it. How does this qualify as a larger development?
So it's at the very bottom edge of meeting the tentative map, with the 4 individual lots and the 1 common lot being 5 lots. But typically, projects aren't on that lower threshold band. They usually, go into, 15 units and above.
Councilmember, this is R.T. Srivastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. I have to research the Subdivision Map Act, but I believe that it's also a requirement typically that councils or the elected body approve tentative and subdivision maps, but I'm going to have to go back and research that particular question. It had come up earlier a few years ago when we looked at this. So it may not just be our ordinance, but we can certainly follow up on that.
Yeah, it might be a state requirement. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matchek.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Do we have any data on the success rate of transplanting heritage trees?
I'm assuming that would be a question for me because I'd have the most knowledge of transplanting. Generally, success rates are high on transplants, but it is a strenuous activity for a tree to go through, and certainly the level of care that the tree receives during storage and while the site's being constructed and then once it's in the ground, that it's reasonable to transplant trees of even larger scale than the ones proposed. but there's always a chance that something may occur with the tree. But people wouldn't move trees if there was a high failure rate. They would just be like, well, let's plant a box tree from a nursery. So I would say there's a good chance that both transplanted trees would survive the process as long as the care is taken.
So actually,
probably like 90% chance of success.
okay, so this, I didn't realize that this was a two-step process. So actually the trees will be put in a box and stored, and then they'll be put in the ground later?
That's generally what happens when you move a tree on a project. It would be excavated, placed into a temporary storage container, boxed up, and then either taken off-site or put on-site in a corner where it will be out of the way, where it can be watered and reviewed and checked up on by the project arborist. I don't know if these trees are going to be stored on-site. I'm assuming they might be. Otherwise, they may plan to move them off temporarily until the project. But in either case, there's generally a high success rate of transplants.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on this item? All right, seeing none, I'd like to open it up for public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer on the screen. Pam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Pam Reed, and my husband and I own a property on Bond Way adjacent to the proposed development site. We have several concerns with the project, including the impact of additional traffic, parking, and noise on the existing neighborhood. However, chief among our concerns is the preservation of privacy for adjacent lots. Like, I can only speak to our personal interest in this matter. We kindly ask the council to also consider the impact this development will have on the 6 other lots that share a property line. Privacy screening is an area of great concern to us, particularly as the proposed homes will have elevated backyard decks and second-floor balconies, overlooking backyards and single-story homes. At our specific lot, the current mature trees and vegetation provide a year-round screen. One of the live trees marked for removal does not hug the fence line, but its mature branches and leaves provide dense privacy screening. Removal of this tree and other vegetation will create a large privacy gap along our shared property line. We're concerned the gap at our property line will provide a direct line of sight from the second-story balcony at Lot 4 into our yard, and specifically into the back bedroom and the living room area of our home. The planting plan calls for the installation of a small tree at the gap, which may take many years to mature. Further, the proposed backyard landscaping plans incorporate elevated decks that would lower the effective height of the fencing. Our lot is quite small, at just under 5,100 square feet. Neighbor privacy and enjoyment of property should be important no matter the residence, but we're particularly concerned in protecting our ability to enjoy our tiny backyard and the privacy of our family with young children. We appreciate the responsiveness of Ms. Whitehill and have received assurances that the city will work with the developer to ensure adequate landscape screening, but we have yet to see changes to the published plans. We kindly request the opportunity to engage with the city and the developer in a meaningful way to have our privacy concerns addressed with a specific and detailed plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohan Guru Nathan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So I am a resident in the Cuesta Park neighborhood for the past 11 years. I live just down the street from the proposed development. And I'd like to speak about 2 aspects of the plan. The first is about the heritage tree removal. So the plan includes the removal of 11 heritage trees. The arborist's report is quite thorough, and it gives a good rationale for removing 5 of the trees, which are, per the report, they're described as diseased and not viable. But for the remaining 6, the report describes them as in fair to poor condition, which, is a spectrum of condition. And generally they have some sort of lean to them, or there's issues with the form. But the main reason for removal seems to be that they interfere with the features of the development. My view is, as good stewards of our natural environment, we should plan the development around healthy trees and try to preserve healthy trees where possible. Heritage trees, as you know, provide many important functions, including shade, natural beauty, habitat for wildlife, privacy, and air purification. And it will take decades for newly planted trees to give us the same benefits. So my ask is for the City Council to ask the developers to go back and look at these 6 trees that are healthy and see if there's any way they can be preserved. The second issue, I'd like to echo the previous speaker's comments about neighbor privacy. There are 7 adjacent homeowners to the proposed development. The new units are 2 stories and can look into the backyards of the adjacent properties. From conversations we've had with 2 of the adjacent owners, it seems the developers have not really engaged with the property owners to discuss privacy concerns or come to some agreement on what needs to be done. So we would like to ask the city to ask the developers to consult with all the neighbors and come up with a reasonable agreement about how to solve the privacy concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hala Ashwani.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members, Mayor, and staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I am a longtime resident of Mountain View. I live on Milda Avenue in Cuesta Park neighborhood, and I am here tonight to strongly object to 773 Cuesta Drive development proposal. There are 2 major concerns that I have about this project. The first one is the removal of the 11 heritage trees. I walked by the property last week, and it was obvious that the structure and some of the trees were neglected and not maintained. But I also read the arborist report, which stated that there are 6 live oak heritage trees that are in fair, perhaps some of them poor condition. But these trees, in my opinion, can be revived and preserved and perhaps relocated in order to be preserved. And I urge the council to ask the developer to look into that before moving ahead with the removal of those trees. Heritage trees, the loss of these heritage trees is a big loss of air purification, noise reduction, shade, natural habitats, and beauty in our neighborhood. Most importantly, heritage trees are tempering our increasing warm weather, which is only going to get worse. So replacing them is really not a realistic mitigation in today's climate. And when I look at all the development proposals in Mountain View, I counted today only from like 4 proposals that I've looked at, 92 heritage trees will be lost. So I'd like the council to push back on developers to see if we can preserve as many as possible of these wonderful resources that we have to keep our climate sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Brown.
Okay. Yeah, Craftsman is far from the worst style, but it's still pretty boring, and I think we can do better aesthetically. That said, quadrupling the housing available on the same footprint is a net good, and I'm all for it. And just an aside, has the developer considered offering the neighbors of the new residents some curtains? Because I hear that's a good solution to privacy in a home. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that was our last member for public comment. So, oh, sorry, I see one more hand. A last minute hand. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. That was weird. I had my hand raised and then it went away.
Oh, sorry about that, but we have you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, speaking for Green Spaces Mountain View again and Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, I did attend the various planning meetings on this project. I didn't talk about the heritage trees, but I agree with the previous speakers. We need to do everything we can to protect heritage trees in any of the projects around town. And I think pressing for that is a good idea. What I did bring up at the planning meetings was And April Webster brought this up earlier too, in talking about the CIP program and Access MV. That when there's disruption on a particular site where work is being done, that's a golden opportunity for public works and other services to go in there and do other work on city landscaping and the sidewalk paving and bike lanes and all of that. And then on the landscaping in those areas too, to ensure that they don't drop cones or drip or anything like that on areas where people are walking or riding their bikes. We're talking a lot about green complete streets, and April also mentioned that in her comment letter that came from 3 different groups. And that includes putting green landscaping around sidewalks and bikeways. So anyway, lots of opportunity there beyond just the houses and what's on the property site itself. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so I think that is our final public comment speaker. So I'll bring it back to the council for deliberation and action. And I'd note that there's 2 items for approval. One is the resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a plan unit development permit and development review permit. And the other is the adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a vesting tentative map. So does anyone have any questions or a motion for this item? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
I have a quick question for the applicant. Since I read a number of the emails that were submitted, and several of them did comment on the privacy impact. I think there was a public speaker who mentioned that there was an interest in working to address some of those concerns. So from the applicant's perspective, what are some of the solutions that you're looking at to, I don't know, sort of provide screening between properties or utilize the tree canopy? What are you looking at to address those concerns?
I could probably hop in and answer that. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As for mitigation efforts from our end for neighboring properties, it's mostly just been the tree planting around the perimeter of the property lines, which if you look at the planting plan, should provide adequate screening between our neighbors' properties and our properties. But with that said, we're always open to dialogue with neighbors and working together to find a solution. If that is just not enough and there's little tweaks we can do, we're always open to it.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Do we have any questions or comments? I was going to make a comment. Am I allowed to make
I think, yes, you can make a comment. I think we were going into council deliberation.
Okay.
And the vice mayor still had a question. I have a question myself, but I can wait until you and Councilmember Lieber have your comments. That's fine.
Okay. So I just wanted, I think when I read the staff report, I read about continuing to work with the applicant and neighbors around privacy screening. And I just wanted to encourage that, make sure we encourage that. And in particular, maybe taking a second look at balconies, which might not be appropriate on that side of the buildings. And maybe taking a second look at the 6 heritage trees that members of the public have mentioned, and any other working with neighbors, maybe from their point of view of any kind of screening, any kind of screening additional screening that from the perspective of the neighbors might work better than what's currently proposed. Those are the 3 things that come to mind for me. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I was wondering if the Vice Mayor's question to the applicant, I didn't hear a lot in response. And one of the suggestions that was raised was to maybe have more more mature or substantial trees that would screen there. And so is the applicant making a commitment to do that, or not at all?
Yeah, sorry if I didn't clarify that enough, but yeah, that's the plan. And I think that's what we're doing with our planning plan. But again, if there's a point of view where the neighbors are seeing that our planning plan is not accomplishing that, we're willing to work with them to help that and help mitigate whatever issue there is. So yeah, it's our planning plan, we believe, is very mature, and so but again, still open to working with the surrounding neighbors.
So that's not really a commitment, but for Ms. Whitehill, can we require something a little bit more with more foliage?
So there is, staff is recommending a project-specific condition of approval related to this topic, where essentially the condition states that the applicant will be required to plant substantial landscape screening, including plants of various height, both trees and understory plantings. And this will be verified upon staff's inspections during the construction phase. So if it looks like the screening isn't going to be adequate, then during the building permit and construction phase, we could definitely make revisions to the landscape plan and add screening as is necessary.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the trees, I have worked with our forestry staff before and made a couple calls to them when there was some really punitive pruning going on in the streets of Mountain View, and I know how responsive they are and how much they care about the trees. And I think that if our forestry staff is saying that a tree is maybe in poor to at best fair condition, then having it undergo transplantation to a different location is just really tree torture. And I think that I really do have a great confidence in our forestry staff's judgment on these things and know that they're trying to save every tree that's viable. But on some of the older lots, there are volunteer trees, including oaks, that come up, and they aren't planted or expected, but there they are. And often they haven't been cared for over time, and maybe have a very awkward form. So that's regrettable, but I do trust in staff's judgment.
Great, thank you. So that was a question that I had. So thank you, Councilmember Weaver, for your comments, which is, it sounded like, I think there was some public comment about perhaps there might be 4 trees that were not dead or diseased. Can we just answer that question on maybe from the applicant and from the city side on are those even valuable, or is it, as Councilmember Weaver mentioned, that's not going to be a path forward for these trees? Some clarity would be helpful to whomever can answer. That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So as we mentioned, there are 11 heritage trees proposed to be removed. 5 of those are either dead or diseased and in severe decline. 6 do have poor form and in general are leaning. And therefore we do recommend, based on their current form and their current state, we are supportive of the removal of those trees for this project based on, like I said, their form and their current state, and then also the replacement plan.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we answered that question before we move forward. So do any other council members have comments, or is there a motion? I'd just like to echo the sentiments of council members who've talked about the community outreach. It sounds like I would appreciate Councilmember Weaver's question. I would like a firmer commitment to move forward about these community outreach meetings and working together. I understand that the tree planting plan is robust, but it really would be great to have the input of the community. Council has received several different forms of communication from the neighborhood, and I think it would be great to include neighborhood input because everyone is going to be neighbors. So, if that's something that the applicant can commit to, I think in this open and public meeting, it would all bring everyone a little bit of peace of mind to go forward. So that's the only comment that I have, but I don't know if anyone has anything else to say, or as I mentioned, we have a motion with 2 actions necessary.
Well, to go on record, absolutely. I plan on working with the community. We have during this process, but we continually will, and we'll even go above and beyond. If people feel like they're not being heard, we'll reach out even more. So, absolutely.
Great, thank you. I think that's why we're hearing the public comment today. People aren't feeling heard yet, so that would be great. Thanks so much. Any other council members have anything to add? Do we have a motion maker? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
I'll go ahead and put on my Chris Clark hat, and I'll go ahead and move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned unit development permit and development review permit to construct a 4-unit residential development and heritage tree removal permit to remove 11 heritage trees at 773 Cuesta Drive, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a vesting tentative map, to create 4 residential lots and 1 common lot at 773 Cuesta Drive.
Councilmember Matichak?
I'll second it, but do you also need to include the rest of the staff recommendation in that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I will second it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. Appreciate that. Great. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Matichak. Any other questions or deliberation before we go forward? All right, we'll have a roll call vote. City Clerk Blazer.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much to staff and the applicant. So we'll move on to item 7, which is new business. 7.1 is the prohibition of smoking in multi-unit residences. Hazardous materials specialist Patrick Morey will present the staff report. Senior Deputy City Attorney Megan Maravich, Assistant City Manager, Chief Operating Officer Audrey Seymour Ramberg, Fire Chief Juan Diaz, Fire Marshal Eric Anderson, and Health Planning Specialist 3, Dawn Tran from the Santa Clara County Public Health Department are available for questions. And I'm not sure who is going to be leading the staff presentation. I think that's you, Mr. Morey.
Are you guys able to see the presentation?
No.
Shoot.
I think you're frozen. Oh, there you go. We see you now.
All right. Are you able to see it now?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, perfect. All right, my name is Patrick Mowry, and I'll be presenting. I'm a hazardous materials specialist for the Fire Environmental Protection Division, and I'll be presenting the staff report for the smoking prohibition in multi-unit residences. Before I get started, I would like to thank the Community Development Department, City Attorney's Office, City Manager's Office, and the Santa Clara County Public Health Department for their help with the staff report and proposed ordinance. In 2012, the City Council passed a smoking ordinance prohibiting smoking in any enclosed public space. Since passing this ordinance, the city has received requests from the public to prohibit smoking in multi-unit residences. The Santa Clara County Public Health Department has found that the home is now the #1 place to be exposed to secondhand smoke, and the most effective way to address secondhand smoke exposure is to implement policies that restrict smoking within all multi-unit residences, including common areas, balconies, and patios. Several jurisdictions in Santa Clara County have prohibited smoking in multi-unit residences, including Los Gatos, Palo Alto, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and the unincorporated areas of Santa Clara County. The cities of San Jose and Milpitas are currently working on similar ordinances. On December 1st, 2020, City Council directed staff to develop an ordinance amendment to prohibit smoking in multi-unit residences. The proposed amendment would become effective on January 1st, 2022. The proposed ordinance would prohibit smoking in all residential properties containing 3 or more attached units, including in apartments, condominiums, and townhomes. Smoking would be prohibited inside of individual units, on private balconies and patios, in all enclosed and unenclosed common areas, and within 25 feet of operable doors, windows, openings, and vents of multi-unit residences. Smoke as a result of combustion, electronic ignition, or vaporization of plant-based materials for the purpose of human inhalation, including but not limited to tobacco, marijuana, and cannabis, would be prohibited. Staff is no longer listing an exemption for medical marijuana as an alternate after confirmation from County Public Health Department that no such exemption is allowed. Duplexes are exempted from the proposed amendments. Duplexes are regulated as single-family homes in the California Building Code, whereas apartments, condominiums, and townhomes have their own building code definitions and regulations. The secondhand smoke exposure risks are lower in duplexes as they share only one common wall with neighboring units. Apartments, condominiums, and townhomes share at a minimum of 2 walls with neighboring units. Property owners, property managers, and homeowners associations will have new obligations and requirements under the proposed ordinance amendment. These will include posting no smoking signs at property entrances and common areas, removing smoking waste receptacles, establishing optional designated smoking areas, and incorporate the following in lease agreements for the occupancy of new or existing units: a copy of the smoking ordinance, the location of designated smoking areas on the property, if any, and a clause giving third-party beneficiary status to all occupants of multi-unit residences. The lease terms will be required in all new, renewed, or continued month-to-month leases beginning January 1st, 2022. Prior to finalizing the proposed smoking ordinance, city staff reached out to residents, property owners, property managers, HOAs, and trade groups for their input. City staff created a postcard mailer with links to an online survey in both English and Spanish. The survey received a total of 1,021 responses. The community engagement survey showed that residents were in favor of an ordinance to prohibit smoking tobacco in multi-unit residences. The survey also showed strong support for prohibiting smoking in outdoor spaces. 2/3 of residents that responded to the survey agreed that smoking or vaping of recreational marijuana should be prohibited in multi-unit residences. Just under 1/2 of the survey responses agreed that all marijuana smoking or vaping should be prohibited in multi-unit residences. The community engagement survey also showed that residents are being exposed to secondhand smoke or vapor in their current multi-unit residences, and that many multi-unit residences did not have smoking prohibitions. In addition to the community engagement survey, the city held a public meeting on May 13, 2021 for property owners, property managers, and homeowners associations. Property managers indicated that secondhand smoke exposure was the #1 complaint they received. City staff also held a meeting with representatives from the California Apartment Association, who supported the smoking ordinance. The proposed ordinance is designed to limit secondhand smoke exposure, not to penalize smokers. The city expects a high degree of compliance once residents are aware of the smoking limits. Smoking complaints in multi-unit residences will be sent to the fire department inspectors or code enforcement officials and not the police department. There will be a 3-tier approach to resolving smoking violations in multi-unit residences. The primary tier will be to refer complaints to landlords, property managers, and homeowners associations. If landlords, property managers, or HOAs are unable to resolve the smoking violation, then the fire department or code enforcement will conduct an investigation. The City of Mountain View will conduct community outreach for the new smoking ordinance from July to December 2021. The community outreach will include creating a new webpage to provide information about the multi-unit smoking prohibition, create a frequently asked questions handout, create an abridged one-page version of the new ordinance requirements as an alternative to the complete code, which is 11 pages, send postcard mailers to residents, and hold public meetings with tenants, property owners, property managers, and HOAs. This concludes the presentation, and we are now available for questions.
Great, thanks so much. I think we can stop the screen share and bring it back to council for questions. Great, do any council members have any questions? Councilmember Hicks.
Have we run this by the rental housing committee in any way?
We did not.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I was just curious if 25 feet is a standard that other cities use. And if not, is there a range?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Matichak. So 25 feet is the distance used in the original, the current smoking ordinance. So we kept that distance. Based on my review of many of the ordinances, there's two distances that are used. It's 25 feet, which is the most used, and then 35 feet. Some other cities use 35 feet as their distance.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Showalter?
Now, I understand that a lot of the apartment communities already have language in their leases prohibiting smoking. How many additional units do you think this would impact?
So we don't have definitive data on the total number of complexes that prohibit smoking. Most of the new ones that have been built within the last 5 to 10 years do include a prohibition on smoking throughout the properties. Prometheus is a company that does a blanket policy that prohibits smoking. Based on our survey of residents, we did have about 42%, I believe was the number, that said that their housing complexes did not have smoking prohibitions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I understand that Avalon and Americana both have prohibitions in their leases.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll turn it over to public comment. Would any member of the public like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We'll display a 2-minute timer. Bruce England?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of points. The staff report was very good. And so we did a comment letter for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, but it was pretty easy. We didn't have many questions, but there were a couple. Well, one is a point, and that is on the enforcement. There's a lot of interest in making sure things aren't overly punitive and that police aren't called out for something this low level. And from the staff report text, it seemed clear that there are multiple steps, and none of the steps involve calling out the police. So that's great. The question has to do with the HOAs, because I raised this question earlier on a different matter, whether the city was able to identify all of the homeowners associations in Mountain View, and they said that they were not able to do that. And I don't think that our Lisbon Station communities are on any lists, for example, and we're about to change our management company, in fact. So it's a question. How does staff figure out which HOAs to get in touch with on this matter? I know it affects us for sure. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Andre Thomas? There you go. Andre Thomas.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andre Thomas, and I'm a resident and assistant chapter chief steward with SEIU Local 521. I chair our COPES endorsement committee, and I'm also a delegate to South Bay Labor Council. I recommend a no vote on the prohibition of smoking in multi-unit residences. Passing this ordinance will alienate the members of our community that use marijuana for pain management and as treatment for a myriad of ailments in the privacy of their homes. Landlords can already prohibit smoking in their units and on their properties, and many do so by including prohibited language within their lease agreements. Additionally, this ordinance will prohibit smokers who own and lease multi-unit properties. The data from the survey on this topic represents less than 1,000 members of our community, and excuse me, and that is if there are protections in place for prohibiting respondents from taking the survey more than once. More importantly, 93 odd something community members are not a clear representation of the over 81,000 current Mountain View residents. For all the great work that you all are doing, I believe council should focus on more important and immediate matters, such as how are we going to continue to keep the community and public employees safe now that the mask mandate will be ending? What will we be doing to prevent and respond to outbreaks within our public buildings? Will Castro Street remain closed to traffic or reopen as the telework mandate has been rescinded and many of us working professionals will be commuting and returning to the office? Just to name a few, again, I recommend a no vote on the prohibition of smoking in multi-unit residences. Landlords do not require a city ordinance to enforce rules on their property. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Baker.
Thank you. My name is Carol Baker. I am the co-chair along with Vanessa Marvin of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County. And I want to thank you so much for considering this ordinance to protect the health of those who live in shared walls housing. I just don't understand why you are opting to not protect your residents who live in duplexes with shared walls. In any case, this ordinance is definitely a step in the right direction. So thank you again for considering it.
Thank you. Amandeep Banwat.
Good evening, Your Honor and Honorable Council members. My name is Amandeep Banwat, and I'm a tobacco prevention education and advocacy intern at Breathe, California. Today, I would like to offer my support to pass the prohibition of smoking in multi-unit residence in Mountain View. With the pandemic last year, individuals were mandated to stay at home. Unfortunately, for individuals residing in multi-unit housing, this meant family members had an increased risk of exposure to secondhand smoke. Even with the added precautions of closing doors and windows, the risk of exposure through vents was still high. And as it is known, COVID-19 disproportionately affected those with compromised immune systems, which includes individuals with respiratory problems. Although we are not able to control COVID, we are able to control whether children, expecting mothers, and the elderly are exposed to secondhand smoke in their homes. Additionally, the popularity of e-cigarettes and vaping devices contributes to the burden on the population, especially for children. Approximately 50 to 75% of children in the U.S. have detectable levels of cotinine, which is a breakdown product of nicotine in their blood caused by exposure to secondhand smoke. And secondhand smoke is also responsible for about 300,000 lower respiratory tract infections in children, resulting in about 15,000 hospitalizations each year. I appreciate the consideration of the issue and for planning to take stricter action on the current non-smoking ordinance of the residents of Mountain View. I just request that if this provision to the non-smoking ordinance is passed, that there be enforcement and accountability not only for the incoming tenants, but also for the tenants that are currently residing in condos in the housing units. Thank you for your time, Your Honor and Honorable Council members.
Great, thank you. Vanessa Marvin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Vanessa Marvin. I'm the co-chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County. And our coalition represents numerous organizations and individuals across the county working on eliminating tobacco and the harms from tobacco. But I'm also a parent and I do live in multi-unit housing. And so both the coalition and myself personally are really happy that you're considering this strong ordinance to protect the residents of multi-unit housing in Mountain View tonight. Protecting residents from secondhand smoke where they live is urgent. We all know about secondhand smoke exposure, how harmful it is, and it's actually potentially deadly. Children, the elderly, and the disabled, our most vulnerable citizens, are also the most vulnerable to secondhand smoke exposure, and are unfortunately those who are the exact population that spend the most time indoors at home. There's been a lot of discussion already about buildings that make their properties already smoke-free, which we absolutely applaud those companies and those businesses and those landlords who do that. But that leaves residents at the mercy of their landlord or their property management company. If that changes, or if that company decides to change their policy, the individual will no longer be protected. What we ask is you pass a policy that will protect all residents of multi-unit housing, regardless of where they live. And in that regard, we also would really encourage you guys to make sure you don't leave out duplex residents. They do share a wall, and many duplex residents get exposed to secondhand smoke from their neighbor. So we want to make sure that you're not leaving out that population. So smoke-free housing is a common sense policy. It's been adopted by numerous other cities across Santa Clara County, and we're really thrilled that you're looking at it here in Mountain View. I want to thank you for your time and your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Manvi Thawani.
Good evening, Your Honor and Honorable Council members. My name is Manvi Thawani, and I'm an intern at the Tobacco Control Program at Breathe, California. I'm here to express my support for the ordinance to protect residents from secondhand smoking in multi-unit housing. So at Breathe, California, we have a secondhand smoke helpline where we hear the stories of Bay Area residents, including those from Mountain View. Our callers constantly express to us that regardless of their exhaustive efforts to deter smoke from their neighbors, they simply can't escape the smoke that seeps in through ventilation systems and beneath the doorways. One of the many complaints that we've received was from a 14-year-old girl who was unable to even use the restroom in her own house because of how badly the room smelled. And especially now with the stay-at-home mandates that had taken place last year, there's really no escape from inhaling such dangerous chemicals, which isn't just an inconvenience, but is something that has been a cause of nearly 34,000 premature deaths from heart disease each year in the U.S. and has contributed to many respiratory illnesses, especially in young children and older residents. So we urge you to support the proposed ordinance and consider having more detail to holding landlords accountable, especially when it comes to enforcing the new policy on existing tenants who smoke. So other than just putting up no smoking signs, I hope that landlords will ensure that those that smoke and who already live in multi-unit housing will comply to these new policies. So we hope that you consider these points addressed to help protect the health of Mountain View residents. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. So we have a phone number, 408, last three digits are 279. I don't know if that's you, Bruce.
Good evening, Mayor Kamei. This is Joshua Howard with the California Apartment Association. Wanted to take this opportunity first to thank staff for their aggressive and robust outreach on this ordinance and working with the rental housing industry to address some of the concerns and make sure that the feedback of rental housing providers was included in this draft ordinance. And appreciate the work of the city attorney's office, the city manager's office, and the fire department and all the others to ensure that they work with us and even went so far as to help reconcile some of the concerns that the original draft ordinance had with the CSFRA. So what you have before you, the Apartment Association believes, is an ordinance that balances the operational needs of rental housing providers, the public health needs of your community, and allows for an ample period of time for rental housing providers and the city to educate residents on the new ordinance, to implement new lease terms, put up signs for residents to understand what is required of them or what they're not allowed to do, and believes that going forward, this will be a tool that will help address public health and will ensure a safer Mountain View, because in fact, many rental housing providers, as you heard earlier, have no smoking policies in place, one, it's good health policy, and two, it's also good business policy because it does provide some incentives through reduced fire insurance costs and other reduced risks. So applaud the efforts of your staff for their outreach, and we as an association look forward to working with you and your staff to educate the rental housing providers in Mountain View on this ordinance and ensure compliance come January 1st. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Alexander Brown?
Honestly, this is a tough one for me. I'm all about personal liberty, and I hate to think that people are limited in their activities by their ability to afford a single-family home. But I feel the same way about people being able to afford to not be exposed to secondhand smoke. I am the child of two smokers. My dad survived lung cancer, which he doesn't think was caused by the cigarettes. But it's all moot, though, since including marijuana in this prohibition, it's going to harm people who are suffering and using cannabis to treat their symptoms. So I have to agree with the speaker from SEIU and oppose this particular measure. If it were just tobacco, I'd be supportive, but I can't support keeping people from their medicine. Seriously, if it were just tobacco, I'd be all for that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes public comment. We'll bring it back to council for discussion and deliberation. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of hopefully quick introductory remarks. I first want to express my appreciation to the members of the public who had reached out last year to express their concerns about secondhand smoke, and also to all of you, members of the council, who prioritized this effort. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I might be one of the few or perhaps only member of the council who lives in multifamily housing that does not have any smoking prohibitions. And it was annoying when oh, there you go. So that makes two of us then. It was annoying when I moved here, but it became downright miserable once I was confined here during the pandemic and had to work remotely. I have two windows that face the same direction and many neighbors who smoke. And especially during the summer months, it became just unbearable. It was sweltering in here. This is an older apartment complex. There's no air conditioning, but I couldn't get any relief because if you open the windows, the smoke comes in, and it just makes for a very unpleasant environment. And I wouldn't have done this were it not for the stories that I've heard from members of the public who, I'm, some guy in his 30s, nobody cares about me. But when you have folks, raising young kids or people who have medical issues who are in the same set of circumstances, you can't help but feel for them. And that's why I think these regulations are sensible, and really, I wish we could have implemented them in March 2020, but January 2022 is as good a starting time as any. So one other thing about the medical marijuana exemption. I have some neighbors who smoke cannabis, and maybe I'm just not savvy, but I couldn't tell you the difference between recreational marijuana smoke and medical marijuana smoke. And I think part of the challenge of having the medical marijuana exemption is compliance. I think in practice, what will happen is if you have a tenant who is complaining to the property manager about this, someone's going to have to knock on the door. Hey, are you smoking cannabis? And there's going to be this dilemma of, do we compel somebody to provide some kind of evidence that they have a medical ailment and this is their medication? That strikes me as a privacy issue that I don't think we necessarily want to get involved in. So the compliance issue, I think, is very real. I know staff have provided some other information in the written comments to council and events in the meeting, and staff, if you want to provide additional information, that might be helpful. But I think Fundamentally, this is a great starting place. If we need to modify it, we can always do that. But I'm really grateful that you've done the work, the due diligence, that we've seen very significant public support in the surveys, and that we're implementing regulations that will provide relief to, I think, thousands of people throughout the city. Thank you. And with that, I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation, including introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 21, Article 2 of the Mountain View City Code related to prohibition and regulation of smoking in certain places to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set second reading for June 8th, 2021.
Great, thank you. So the motion by the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I wanted to talk about this. I have a really different viewpoint. Coming from the environmental community, I've seen the results of overregulation again and again. And I think that we want to make, of course, secondhand smoke is a big problem. And I think that we have heard from that it is in landlords' best interests for them to put in their leases language banning smoking. They get a reduction in their homeowner's insurance for that. Not to mention the fact that it's a good marketing tool and the fact that it's their decision. But at the same time, I feel that this is kind of an invasion of people's personal liberty. A large proportion of our community lives in multifamily units, and if they are smokers, where else are they going to go and smoke? I personally think that I would hope that they don't, but I know that they do, and I think that it's just not. This is not an appropriate thing for us to be doing. I think we need to be spending our time on things that will really make a difference. And I wonder if certainly just this item right now should be getting the word out to many of the landlords or any of the landlords who don't have smoking prohibitions in their leases. I would much prefer to see us do outreach to those landlords and say, this is something that you can do and it will get you a reduction in your homeowner's insurance. And of course, it reduces the fire danger. But that said, I really think that this is overstepping what local government needs to do. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Abe-Koga.
I just wanted to second the motion before we continue more deliberation.
Great, thank you. All right, so we have a motion by Vice Mayor Ramirez and we have a second by Councilmember Abe-Koga. Were there any other comments that council members would like to make then at this point? Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I agree with the comments of the Vice Mayor. I think this is the right time to be doing this. There are a lot of folks who have come to council meetings and shared their stories and their concerns about this. And there are a lot of folks who live in multifamily units who are not renters. They're owners of condos, townhouses, row houses. And it's not like we could go to the landlords of those properties. I am concerned about the health impacts of smoking, and secondhand smoke is difficult to deal with when you are working at home. And I do believe that the employers in our community are going to allow flexibility for people to work at home at least part of the time. And those folks deserve to have a smoke-free environment in which to work. So I'm very supportive of this, and I'm glad we're doing this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple reactions. One, in terms of the medical marijuana issue, reality is that for people particularly with severe illnesses like cancer, medical marijuana can be one of the only ways to get them to be able to take in nutrition. and I can't imagine someone who's severely ill saying, well, go walk out in the parking lot and use your medical marijuana out there. So that really gives me pause, having seen those situations up close. That said, I think that tobacco is just one of the worst scourges around, and I can't imagine being a parent and having kids that through the pandemic are at home trying to do their homeschooling and trying to do your job, and knowing that young lungs are so disproportionately impacted by secondhand smoke. And so I'm going to be supporting this. And I also have to say that one of the biggest sources of secondhand smoke are the gas-powered small engines, the leaf blowers, and et cetera. And we've kind of thrown that issue around like a hot potato that we don't really want to grapple with. If there's any possible way that we can pass it on to some state board or pass it on to somebody else. And in all honesty, we get so many more contacts about the noxious fumes coming from leaf blowers than I ever have about secondhand tobacco. And that says a lot, because I think that secondhand tobacco smoke is severe. So I will be supporting this, and I hope that the people who are frail and reliant on medical marijuana can afford to get the best air cleaner possible and be able to do those things. It gets really hard when you have a patient that, is in a state where they don't understand, and you're trying your best and you're trying in desperation to do everything in your power to get them to eat and to drink water. It really is a difficult situation, but I will be supporting this measure.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about this measure. I will be supporting it because so many members of the public have spoken out for it, but I do share some of Councilmember Showalter's objections to overregulation, and I have some equity concerns that people apparently, after this will likely be voted in, that you can only smoke in single family homes, kind of you have to buy a single family home to smoke anything, kind of concerns me. And I don't fully understand medical marijuana, whether ingestion is as good as smoking for various things. I have not read up on that. So in that, I don't exactly know where we're going. I also agree with Councilmember Lieber on the air quality issues regarding leaf blowers that we get. A lot of comments on those, and I think we should kind of step up addressing that. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or items to discuss? Okay, I am not seeing any. So I think I'll just add my comments before we do the roll call vote, which is I appreciate the input. I think this is The most responses we received from a city outreach for any kind of event we've done, and so appreciative of staff for doing that. And I know they did that in multiple languages, as well as in different mediums, online, paper, etc. So just appreciative of that, because I do think it's a topic that can bring maybe some mixed feelings, mixed emotions, and for myself, it's not about me. It's about the residents who've been coming and giving public comment since the beginning of the pandemic, asking, pleading, begging council to take this topic up and to create a change and to create a difference. So, I believe that everyone should be able to make their personal choices to smoke whatever they'd like to do. But I think in these cases where we're thinking about the health and well-being of our community, and having received the input from residents, I think this is where I'll be supporting the motion, because they've weighed in, and it's important. All right, City Clerk Glazer, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Liebert?
Aye.
Councilmember Matacek?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
No.
Mayor Knight?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Thank you to staff. So we'll move on to item 8, which is council staff committee reports. Do any council members or members of staff have any reports to share? Councilmember Lieber.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a report to share, but I do have a request to make. And we've been receiving contacts regarding the school resource officers, including some contacts from the school district. And I think it's an issue that we really need to bring to fruition in terms of a study session. And so I'm hoping that we can do that in the most expedited way possible. I don't think that there's time before the break and the adoption of the budget and so on. But I know that if we kick the can down the road through the budget process and just continue the way that we're going, we'll really be denying the community the dialogue that needs to take place. And so I'd like to get a general time frame and an indication of support from other council members to really take up this issue and give the public the venue that's needed to discuss the pros and cons of having a school resource officer program within the city.
Okay, so I think the request to agendize needs a straw, a motion then. I think we need to sort of see a straw vote to see if there's a majority interest in that.
Okay, then I'd like to make the motion that we hold a study session at the earliest opportunity.
Okay. All right, so I think I know people had hands raised maybe for other items, but I think that there's a motion. So if your hand is raised, we're going to talk about Councilmember Lieber's motion. So I'll go to you, Councilmember Hicks, thinking that you'd like to discuss this as well. So please feel free.
How did you know? Yeah, I've gotten requests both from school board members, or I should say one school board member from MBLA in particular, and from residents. So it seems like with all sorts of people asking, it seems to me it is time to have a discussion on this. So I would second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Lieber, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. Is there more discussion, Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yeah, really quickly, thank you. So I I agree with you that at some point we're going to have to talk about this, but my strong preference would be to do so after the PSAB does. We've just established the body. I think they're going to start working on their work plan, and of course we, have final approval over it. And I want to respect that the PSAB may have a different set of priorities. I expect that they will talk about this, but I don't want to preempt them. So I'm comfortable with the study session. I think there's a lot to talk about, a lot of nuance on this issue, but I do want to give the PSAB the first opportunity to solicit public comment and provide recommendations to the council.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm inclined to feel the same way, which I think PSAB meets this week, and I thought one of the things that they would talk about and hopefully recommend to council is their thoughts on the SRO program. But so I still see Councilmember Lieber, Councilmember Hicks hands raised. Is this to, no? Okay. Councilmember Abicoga?
Yes, I was under the same impression that the PSAB was going to take this up, but also, I have also heard from the high school, just at least a representative from the high school district. I would actually like to hear from them what their position or interest is with the program. They had mentioned to me that when Los Altos City Council took it up, they were not consulted. And in light of the fact that the high school district is the one that is on the ground, I would like to hear from them as to what their position is as well. Thank you. And that we do really, if we're going to do this, we do extensive outreach, because I did hear that as well with Los Altos, that they only had about 25 people that they heard from.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think there's a couple different ideas, but I do know that there's a motion and a second. So shall we go forward with that in terms of a straw poll, or Councilmember Lieber, do you want to?
Sure, and I don't mind giving the PSAB a period of time to chew on it. I think that's fine. But I do think that it has to come to a resolution at some point, and that council does need to be involved and get to the point of a study session, maybe by the end of September, and not just have it be a lingering thing that it's continued to be.
Great, thank you. So I see Councilmember Hicks, your hand up, but I'd like to turn it over to staff to see if maybe they could be responsive a little bit to where council is going. So is that okay with you, Councilmember Hicks, if I turn it over to City Manager McCarthy to see if she can answer a little bit?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members. So the first meeting of the PSAB is actually this Thursday. In their first meeting, they're not going to be taking up any issues of substance, since it'll be the very first meeting of the group. They are going to be discussing their norms, how they're going to get along, and really staff's really going to outline just the work of an advisory body. So I would suspect that it wouldn't be until their second meeting then that they would even contemplate a work plan. And just a reminder to council, so all of the advisory body work plans do come to council in September. So you will be getting those work plans and you will approve those in September. So obviously if there's a straw poll and the council majority wants to fast track this item without waiting for the work plan to be approved, that is something that you could consider. But otherwise the work plan would come to you in September. I do believe that they would have to do that outreach in the summer, since their first meeting would be, as I said, just a couple days from now. But that's really kind of the status of the group and what's going to be kicked off.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Hicks.
So there were some comments about we should hear from what the position of the district is, and I just thought that would be a part of any study session, would be hearing the position of the district as well. You know, that would be a forum to do that, as well as, you know, position of residents. And then as far as outreach goes, I think any outreach, it's important to also say how much this is costing us. Because it's one thing to ask whether you support a program, and it's another to ask whether you support it at a, you know, a dollar amount, you know, a specific dollar amount. So that's my additional comment.
Okay, thank you. So we've kind of had a little council discussion. We've heard from the city manager about maybe the time frame of how things might progress. Councilmember Lieber, Councilmember Hicks, are you comfortable with that, or would you like to?
I think that it is what it is. It's up to council. I just think that we have to bring it to a study session, and we need to bring it to a public process, and that's what I'm seeking to do here.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Lieber and seconded by Councilmember Hicks on a study session. And that was tied to, I guess I just wanted clarity on that, because I think that there was well, I see Councilmember Ramakova has a question, so maybe her question might be the same as mine. Councilmember Ramakova.
Yes, my question was whether we are referring it or allowing, I guess, PSAB to discuss the item first before it comes to the council, because that would be my preference. So if we can clarify the motion, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Great. So I'll turn to the motion maker, Councilmember Lieber. What's your preference?
Well, I think if we're waiting for the PSAB to submit a work plan to us in September, and then we give a thumbs up or thumbs down, and then they commence a lengthy process of public outreach, that it's probably like January of next year that we would actually get some kind of recommendation from them. And I do think that council could hold a study session that just to clarify our questions for the PSAB, what we'd like to refer to them, to hasten the process a little bit and not send them on a bring me a rock type of an exercise. So that might be something that would be worth doing in September, is having a study session item to clarify the issues that we want them to ask the community about, rather than just we want you, as you're being formed, to kind of noodle around in this issue and see what you can find. And then when you come back to us, we're 90% sure that we'll say that this wasn't quite right. So I think council could clarify the issues, and by that time, I think the school district will have their ducks in a row and be able to make some good comments to us, and that might be helpful direction for the PSAB.
Councilmember Adekoga, did that answer your question?
I guess my response would be I would prefer to empower the PSAB to take the issue up and then come to us with recommendations. We can also refer this. The work plan goes two ways. So as they can come to us asking for our approval of their work plan, but we can also refer items to them, and that's what I would suggest we do. John, I don't know if the motion is inclusive of that or not. I guess I'm still not clear what the motion is.
I would definitely be open to that if we have an item in September where we can give concrete direction. But I would rather not have it be a months-long process. And I think that giving the community an opportunity to speak on this, including the school district, sooner rather than later, is reasonable. The process may have been quick in Los Altos, and some people liked that, some people didn't like it. But there's a middle ground between, what some characterize as too quick and maybe January. And I think that it's worth it for council to take some positions to state what we're looking for or what we're not, and not just be rubber stamping the budget and then not really giving the community an opportunity to speak on it for a longer period of time.
Councilmember Showalter, your hand's raised. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think maybe we can sort of hybrid this. If we say to the PSAB that we're going to have a study session and sometime late September, early October on the SROs, that's effectively giving them direction to start working on it and come back with some ideas. In addition to that, they're a new advisory board, and one of the things that we did occasionally years ago was to have joint meetings with advisory boards. Maybe this would be a good opportunity for us to have a joint meeting on this subject with them, and kind of help, get the communications between the ASAB and us set up well. So that's what I would kind of ask staff to think about that as a possibility. Could we have this as the first thing they're really working on, and so that by September they would have some good thoughts on it that they could share with us, and we could have a study session and we could get to know them better.
Thanks. That was a question to staff. City Manager McCarthy, did you have a response for Councilmember Showalter's question?
Mayor, I would just defer to council as to whether you all would want to have a joint meeting. I do think that should the council desire, you could indicate that you wanted to have the study session in that time frame, that September, October time frame, and let the PSAB know. It would probably be easiest given that they are a brand new advisory body. And given that this is going to be a pretty big item for them to work on, I think it would, make sense to have the study session on it, and they can work on it. A joint meeting, I'm just not sure if logistically with an advisory body that's only a few months old, if that's something that you desire, we can certainly make it happen. But I would ask for council direction on that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. So what we can talk about is limited to adding something to the agenda and, sort of temporally where we want to address it. I have a lot of pretty strong views on policy matters that I think have an impact in how I'm approaching this, but it's beyond the scope of what we can talk about within item 8. But I want to be careful of a couple of things. As the city manager said, advisory body is new, and I think it's important for us to give the members of the body some time to understand their dynamic and you get a sense of their own priority before meeting with them and then imposing our views without having any benefit of getting a sense of what they want to focus on based on public input and based on the HRC report that was prepared last year. I feel uncomfortable personally presuming that one issue is more important than another because we haven't had that discussion. We talked about it a little bit last year, but not in as deep a way as I think it really deserves. I'm fine with a study session on SROs. It feels like we're presuming that that's more important than other local policing matters, which I don't like, but I get that this is a priority for a lot of people. But I would much rather have the PSAB talk about it first. And I think maybe a happy compromise is I don't want to prescribe a specific time other than before the end of the year. And that tells the PSAB that we want them to talk about it, and it gives them a couple of meetings to discuss it with the community, and then it provides a time certain for us to take a stab at what I think will be a very meaty issue. So that's what I'm prepared to support. And I think it's sort of the happy medium between, ensuring that we're discussing it, but also giving the PSAB a lot of latitude to weigh in and solicit a lot of community input.
Got it. Great. Thank you. My inclination is to lean that way as well. I feel like I'm comfortable with at the end of the year having a study session and allowing the input from. It feels like council made the step of creating the Public Safety Advisory Board with a lot of thought and time and effort, and I'd like them to have the ability to tackle policy issues and provide the input to council. So I'm comfortable with the compromise that the Vice Mayor mentioned. I don't know how others feel. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So I see a nodding head from Councilmember Showalter, a thumbs up from Councilmember Adekoga. Councilmember Leeper, does that work for you?
Yeah, I think that's adequate. What I'm looking for is a time frame that is reasonably definite.
So I heard the Vice Mayor mention by the end of the year. So, that's December. So, it would be ideal if it's, I think you mentioned the month September. I don't know. We're talking about perhaps going back to in person too as well. So I think there's lots of moving pieces, which also makes me feel uncomfortable saying September, because we're going to be trying to move from a year and a half of virtual to some sort of in-person hybrid potentially. So that's why I'm comfortable with a year. I don't mean to make you laugh by that, but I just I think there's moving parts, and so I just want to give staff the flexibility to do the due diligence. So that was just if that's possible. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I want to make sure that we enable the PSAB to do the work that they think is important and address the topics that they want to address. And I agree with the Vice Mayor that we stood this organization up, and we should let them run with what topics they want to run with and propose them to the council in the work plan. And if we do want to say we also want you to look at something else, okay. I'm not sure SROs are at the top of their list. So I guess I prefer to wait to hear from the PSAB what they want to work on in their work plan. And if it's not on their work plan, if there's council majority to say we want to add it to their work plan, I guess that would be my preferred approach. I don't want to undermine the PSAB. And I think demonstrating that we support them and we want them to set their own course is really important. Thanks.
Okay, so I heard, let's see, the vice mayor put forward his idea. I supported it. Councilmember Hicks. I saw a nodding head from Councilmember Showalter and a thumbs up from Councilmember Abekoka. So I think that might be where we are. I didn't hear Councilmember Matachek commit to that, but that's at least 5. And Councilmember Lieber, just want to turn it back to you.
Well, I think that's fine. That's what there's support for. And so that's progress.
Okay. All right. So, City Attorney Chopra, do we need to?
There was majority support for that course of action to have a study session by the end of the year, and also communicate to the PSAB that this topic is important to the council, and there was majority support for that. So,
okay, great, thank you. So is everyone clear? Wonderful. Okay, so Councilmember Lieber, anything else from you for item 8? I think some council members had staff and committee reports that they wanted to share. So
I'll hold my other items.
Okay, all right. Any other council members have any staff or committee reports? Councilmember Showalter, I see your hand.
Yeah, since it's not too late yet, it's not even 11. I just wanted to share some BCDC news. We have a subcommittee called Financing the Future, and that's about the idea of how will we finance all the sea level rise protections that will be needed in the region. And one of the things that there was a workshop on this last Thursday, and one of the things that was really discussed was kind of mirroring a parcel tax measure that was passed in the Los Angeles area a couple of years ago. And so I just would like to let you know that that's being thought of, and it's something that we should stay tuned to. It may come forward in the next, the earliest it could possibly be would be in the 2022 election, but that seems really early because that's very fast. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up, particularly because this is the George Floyd anniversary, is that BCDC welcomed their Environmental Justice Advisory Board to on Thursday. And I think this is really an exciting way that BCDC is implementing the new environmental justice policies. And the Resources Legacy Fund provided us with grant money so that we could provide stipends to 6 environmental justice organizations around the region to help us implement these policies and do it as effectively as possible. One of the things that came up in the discussions about how to do environmental justice is that it's often very hard to get people in lower income situations to take part in public meetings because they're so busy going to work. They can't possibly go to public meetings. So having a representative that you can pay to come makes a big difference. So I just wanted to let you know that's getting off the ground, and it's very much a sort of an outgrowth of the wokeness that we're hopefully all experiencing and we'll be working on for a long time. Okay, and then I wanted to bring up another thing that I've talked about to the city manager from time to time. When I was a planning commissioner, we had a training session on a Saturday morning once where all the members of all of the advisory boards were invited, and at this training session, we all learned what all the advisory boards did, and we got introduced to each other, and then we had lunch with the city council, and it was just really a very good training program. So someday, when we get to meet in public, I just would like to plant the seed that I think that this would be a great thing for us to do to improve the communications between us and our advisory boards and to get the message out that we care about, what we do, and also to understand better, what everybody's job is. So just want to share that. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. Just from the VTA world, I think many of you have already heard, after an extensive recruitment and interview process that I got to be a part of, although I didn't get to have a final vote on, we chose Carolyn Gannott to be our new GM. She has actually she's been with VTA for 23 years, but left to run the Utah Transit Agency the last 2 years, but she is returning back, and I'm very pleased. I've had a chance to work with her. I think her extensive experience, especially in construction, will serve the VTA agency really well. So excited to announce that. And then I know a lot of folks have been talking about bus or transit service, and because of social distancing, they've had to limit the number of riders. And so there's been a lot of pass-ups where buses have to just pass the riders who are waiting because they're at capacity given the social distancing order. But that, because that has been limited or lifted, they're able to now carry more passengers on each vehicle, and hopefully that will alleviate some of the challenges that have occurred during COVID. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So a couple things. I attended the BOSCA board meeting, I think that was last week, and we got an update on the water supply conditions from the BOSCA perspective. And since they supply, as we heard earlier tonight, the vast majority of the water for the city of Mountain View, it's important to us to hear. And as of May, they were at 77% of the system storage. And that's a really important number because here in the Bay Area, we rely a lot on storage for our water as opposed to just the annual rainfall. The average or the normal is usually 84% at this time of year, so we are under it. But in comparison to lots of other parts of the state, we are in, as they described it, tolerable shape. But we're always quick to add, as was the SFPUC, that we're always asking people to be water wise. And that means, we specifically are asking people to voluntarily reduce their water usage. We've been able to do that in the past, and I'm sure we can do it again now. And it would behoove us all to conserve. A quick comment on the item Councilmember Showalter brought up. Different cities have different approaches to their advisory bodies. Sunnyvale assigns a council member to each advisory body, and they attend their meetings. I thought that was kind of interesting. Just a little side note there. And then the other item I wanted to bring up is it's an item that I personally feel like has gotten a little bit off track, and that's for a variety of reasons. And that's specifically when it comes to summaries of study sessions being included in council minutes. And, we've had 100% turnover in the council appointees. We've had an interim city clerk. We've got some new council members. But just to give you a little bit of background, in early 2019, the council had an offsite, and it was during that offsite that we, we're talking about ways to improve things. And one of the things that came up was that sometimes we come away with different conclusions or summaries of what happened at study sessions, because they're very different than when you take a vote on something. We're just giving council direction. Members of the public have said, gosh, I'm not sure I could summarize what you guys all decided. So we asked that the mayor, or it could be somebody the mayor designates, to summarize at the end of study sessions in a very short summary what the council direction was. And that direction, as we defined it then, was what did the council majority say? So while we might say a lot of things, the summary was what did the majority say, and therefore what is the direction to staff? And so it's really just taking what the mayor summarizes and putting it into the minutes. So I know we didn't really focus on that when we had the interim city clerk, but I feel like it's time to reiterate our desire to do that, since that was a previous council direction. And one thing we didn't do last time, which I think we probably should do, is also have the CPPC discuss this. And if we all agree, have the council policies updated to support that direction. So I guess in the interim, I would like to continue with that practice and also have the CPP discuss it so that we're all clear what our direction was to staff, and that there's really in some ways no debate. So I guess if you need, I'd like to propose a strong motion that we continue with that practice, and then we also refer it to the CPPC to see about documenting it in our policies.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. If that needs a second, I'll second it. And so I agree with Councilmember Matichak's remarks. The only thing I would add is the direction that we provide in a study session has just as much weight as a motion does in a public hearing or in regular business. And I think that's why it's particularly important that we convey it in the minutes. So when we go back, it's basically a legislative record, right? If we say we want staff to incorporate, these elements into a development proposal or whatever, those elements get incorporated into the development proposal. And if it just says in the minutes, the council provided input, then the public has no way of knowing what direction we provided, and the council can't go back and see. It's important to know that we're all on the same page, but we can't go back and see what direction explicitly was provided, into whatever item is going to come back to us. So I think it's important that we formalize this and provide some parameters on what gets included in the minutes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, so I agree with the direction this is going in, especially bringing it back to the CPPC. I think that for the discussion, since we talked about this, I was very new on council when we talked about it before, and one of I feel that there are problems with the way it's currently formatted, because the last person to speak, often the people who spoke before don't say anything about whether it's hard to get a majority when you're the last person to speak, because other people, we don't have a format for going back and saying how many people agree with what this person said. So I think certain things could be formalized and done a little better, but I think that would be the job of the CPPC to iron that out a little when they discuss.
Councilmember Matichak.
So I absolutely think that could be discussed by the CPPC. I think in the meantime, I think it's also kind of up to us when you hear the mayor do the summary. If you feel like you've heard something different than that, you should speak up. Or if you think, oh, well, there were 3 people, maybe there's 4, bring it up again. I know sometimes we've gone back and said, oh, I want to weigh in on, what somebody else said. The mayor could say, does anybody want to weigh in on anything that's previously been said, and do it that way. But I guess I feel like I'd like to kind of get back to being a little bit more diligent in the process during the meeting, and then also have it included in the minutes. Thanks.
So we're having a lot of discussion, but there wasn't a second to the motion. Was that you, Vice Mayor? Or that was you, Vice Mayor, right? Okay, you seconded it. So why don't you, Councilmember Matichak, clarify what the motion is after all of this discussion?
Sure. So the motion would be that we continue the practice of putting a brief summary in the minutes just for study sessions. And it would be the summary that the mayor or whoever the mayor might want to delegate that to provides at the meeting. And then we would also refer this to the CPPC to iron out any details they think should be included in a policy, and that would then come back to the full council.
All right. Councilmember Showalter.
I think this is a great idea, but I don't think it goes far enough. I've thought ever since we had these summary minutes that basically, they tell you more about what the public comment says than it does about what various council members say. I mean, they're just really, all they do is record the final vote. I really think, I'm hoping that our new city clerk and her evaluation of the work of her department will consider, how we could get minutes that are really a much better historical record than what we currently have. So yes, thank you, Councilmember Matichak. That's a grand idea. Let's do it. But I wouldn't mind going a lot further. So.
I just want to quickly add, so this was a decision or a direction provided by council in January of 2019, and I need to give credit to the vice mayor because I believe he was the one who brought it up at the offsite. As someone who used to sit in the audience a lot, he said sometimes, people around him were like, so what did they just do? Yeah, so give credit where credit is due.
Okay. So if there's no more discussion on this item, we have a motion by Councilmember Matichak, seconded by Vice Mayor Ramirez. So we'll just do a straw poll. Great. It looks unanimous. Great. City Attorney Chopra, do you need anything else? The motion was clear?
No, that was clear. Thank you.
Perfect. Wonderful. All right. Any other items for item 8? So I'd just like to share CHAC, of which the city is a JPA member, is holding their last event for Mental Health Awareness Month. They did something every Wednesday for the month of May, and I just wanted to let everyone know about that. Thanks to Councilmember Abe Koga, who reminded us about the Cities Association Let's Talk About Race event annual meeting that was held last week. I think a few of us attended, so just wanted to report on that as well. All right, so if there's nothing else, we'll move to item 9, which is our closed session report. City Attorney Chopra, do we have a closed session report?
There's no closed session report tonight.
Great, thank you so much. So that moves us on to item 10, which is adjournment. Thank you so much for joining us. Our next regular city council meeting will be on June 8th, 2021. Until then, stay healthy, stay masked up, and our meeting is adjourned at 11:02 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.